Hello, hello, welcome in, welcome in. Hope everyone is doing well today. Um, plan for today is, well, it's going to be a visual novel. It's gonna be a very chill day. It's gonna be, I am unfortunately not gonna be able to talk as much because this is a voice acted, uh, visual novel. So there's gonna be a lot of talking audio already from the game itself, so. But yes, happy Valentine's Day. Um, if you have someone, you should be spending the day with them, not being here. If you don't, uh, well, welcome in. You can spend at least 4 hours with me. Hello, Ray. Hello, Opyrus. Welcome in, both of you. Hope you're both doing well today. Um, but yeah. Um, now, with this visual novel, I personally have not played through the whole thing. I have played a bit of it in the past. Um, when I was in like my very much so um visual novel phase, where I would just play a bunch of visual novels all the time. Um, but I kind of moved on from that because it was a lot of reading and I was starting to get tired of it. So I have not played the full thing. Um, actually, let's see. How long did I actually play this game? I've played it for a total of 2.5 hours. So I will say, um, with this game, it's not necessarily a dating sim like I was looking for. But it is a visual novel. Um, if I remember correctly, there's a hint of romance stuff, but yeah. Now, I will also say the reason I chose this, apart from the fact that I haven't played through the full thing, one of the voice actresses for this game, I am actually quite a fan of. So, um, actually, the main character is voice actress. So, that's actually what got me aware of the game. On top of the fact that the voice actress also sang a song for the game, the credits song for the game, and on their YouTube channel, and I do listen to that song quite a bit because it's a very good song. So, without further ado, I'm gonna have to start over, for sake of you guys getting all the information and such. But we do it. I'm just gonna wait for it to open because my gaming scene is still on the screen rather than a program. Bink. Oh, I guess maybe not. I can take this off now. Bink. Actually, it might still be because it's black screen right now. No. Oh, it did get put on program. Oh yeah, because I started at Party Animals. Forgot about that. Yes, you can see it there. It is loading. And then once this loads, yes, the game is just called Please Be Happy. Oh, hello. All right. Now, does this start from the beginning? Um, Menu. Yes, chapter 1. Awesome. And so we begin. Fog settled over the forest, far from the village and towns, and with it came silence. Birch trees shivered, pondering the weather, and dropped their leaves in fright. Streams bubbled, unseen by man, and babbled like the birds in the trees. In the middle of the forest was a grove, and in the middle of that grove was a log. It had been years since it had fallen, once one of the proudest trees around, and now, in death, was home to an abundance of life. A line of frantic ants ran to and fro. Mushrooms, cloud-like and pillowy, sprouted across one side like a footpath for fairies. Nearby, an old toad flopped contentedly in the mud. And inside the deep, damp hollow of the tree, something slept. A traveler strolled the grove. Their steps were slow and tired, and they spotted the log with relief, like greeting an old friend. Weary from that day's journey, the traveler sat to take a rest. Whoosh! With a scrabbling of nails on rotten wood, a shadow bolted from inside the log to the tall grass nearby. The traveler watched the brush rustle as a faint patch of fur appeared within. "Hello there, friend. I didn't mean to disturb you." They held their hand towards the grass, offering a piece of dried fish. At first there was no reaction, and then first a snout appeared, quivering as it tested the air. Then followed the rest of the fox, sleek and tawny. As she took several slow steps forward, her amber eyes were alight with mistrust, but also with wild, wild curiosity. The stranger sat unfazed, their offering still outstretched. They dared to meet the fox's eyes, and in that glance felt something kindred. As the fox closed her jaws around the gift, a bond was made. "Maybe we aren't so different, you and I." The traveler returned the next day, and the day after that. Each day they brought some treat for their new friend. Each day the fox's steps grew a little more trusting. One day, when the traveler arrived, the fox was sitting in the clearing, waiting patiently. You able to hear that? Well, or do you need me to turn it up? Turn it up some? Alright. Every time I tab in and out of this game, it causes my screens to flicker, so. Let's do it right about there-ish. There we go. The fox peered up at the traveler. Her amber eyes were warm and trusting. She accepted the gift of meat, gnawing at the traveler's feet then and there. The traveler sat, imprinting into their mind the feeling of the wood beneath them, the clean air around them, and the tender bond of companionship. That better? Yes? No? Better? Alright. I don't want to go too much louder because then the music is going to be overpowering. All too soon, it was time for the traveler to go. As they bade goodbye to the forest and to the fox, they knew that they would not return, but that they would carry the memories with them always. The next day, the fox was sitting in the clearing, waiting patiently. Chapter 1 of Foxes and Fables. The intercom's announcement is muffled in the closet where I'm hiding, but like the clatter of the seatbelts and the clattering of passengers getting ready to disembark. I wiggle around impatiently, sore from crouching in here for I don't know even how long it's been. Hours for sure. The last few minutes always feel like they take the longest. A parade of footsteps begins to pass by outside my door. It's time. I love her design. Like, I absolutely adore her design, as well as this is the person who is voiced by the voice actress that I like. I listen carefully, waiting for a gap in the crowd. When it comes, I stand up and push the door open in a single movement. I give a wink to the shocked-looked lady that I stepped out in front of. She doesn't even have time to gasp before I'm out of her sight. Humans, they're always kind of slow. I nod at the smiling flight attendant as I pass by her, and then throw out my hood to cover my face. It's been a while since I last flew, but it doesn't seem like things have changed much. It's always been harder to sneak on than it is to sneak off. I follow the crowd to the end of the walkway and step out onto the ground. After a long stretch, I take a deep breath and savor the fresh air after being stowed away for so long. Wellington Skyport, New Zealand. My breathless voice joins the pleasant hum of the skyport. A few clouds drift lazily overhead, almost within arm's reach. The sound of the waves rolling onto the shore is like a lullaby. It makes me want to burrow into the sand and take a nap. But I can't. First, I need to get out of here, and there's one more challenge ahead. Up ahead, snaking line of passengers splits as people are funneled into a few security stations. While I'm too far back to hear what the guards are saying, looks like they're examining a little booklet from each traveler before letting them pass. Humans sure like processes and procedures. I definitely don't have a booklet like that. Glancing around, I hope to find another way out. An open window would work, or even an unguarded exit. I'm pretty sneaky when I need to be. Unfortunately, looks like the only way to leave is through security. Without any other option, I joined one of the lines and prepare myself. I'll have to do this the old-fashioned way. The line moves briskly as passengers are cleared one after the other, and I'm almost at the front of the queue before I know it. As the passenger in front of me approaches the booth, I listen closely. He stamps something in the man's booklet and then hands it back to him, and he continues on out of the skyport. That's me. I don't know what they do to people without any papers, but I don't want to find out. I'm sure it involves lots of questions, being escorted around, and other unpleasant stuff. Casually approaching the gate, put on my brightest, friendliest smile while keeping a slight distance. With my breathing steady and tail calm, I'm sure I put on a convincing act. I fumble around in my pockets, pretending to look for my passport. Instead, I grab the useless clunky phone that I've been carrying around and let it clatter to the ground at the guard's feet. As expected, he bends down to retrieve it for me, and I make a run for it, bolting ahead and rushing past the security booths as quickly as I can. By the time they realize what's happened, I already have a few seconds head start. My inhuman speed, combined with the natural chaos of the skyport, should also buy me a bit of time. Still, I've got to get them off my tail. Oh, I need to remember. I did a thing that I need to fix. There we go. Yep, there we go. I had moved Twitch chat yesterday. I had moved Twitch chat yesterday and didn't move it back. Dashing through the skyport doors and out into the road outside, I don't even have time to take in the city. Without stopping for breath, I run into the narrow streets while weaving between cars and shocked bystanders. Being seen by so many people like this is annoying, but it won't matter by tomorrow. Putting the thought out of my mind, I vault over a low wall and into a nearby alley and land in a crouch. Out of sight, but only for a moment, I close my eyes and relax my muscles. All feeling disappears except a slight warmth against my neck. My secret weapon. Oh. My OBS is lagging because I tabbed into the other game. There we go. Let's go back in. Does that just automatically lag it? Oh. The unremarkable looking necklace. Yeah, okay, hold on. Let me quickly save this. I'm gonna try loading this in a different way. Because as it stands right now, it's causing things to like lag and stuff. So I want to make sure it doesn't do that. And there are multiple launch options. So let's try this one. This should hopefully work better. Yep. Alright, this is much better. This doesn't lag it nearly as much, and tabbing in and out doesn't cause my entire screen to go black. The unremarkable looking necklace is one of my only possessions, and by far the most important. A certain one of the beads strung around my neck begins to heat up in response to my will, a soothing warmth flowing through my body. My hands and feet begin to morph first, the fur chasing up my arms and legs as they distort and shorten. The sensation was so bizarre the first few times I tried. It's amazing how it's become second nature by now. Closing my eyes, I let my body and head shift and turn. The face is always a little uncomfortable once my human face changing and lengthening into a snout with some difficulty. The process complete, after only a few seconds, I open my eyes, not as a human, but as a fox. I dart away without waiting, far quicker on 4 legs than I could ever be on 2. Obstacles like the stack of garbage cans ahead would be a pain to get past as a human, but instead I'm able to flip between the gaps without slowing down. Sounds like the security guards haven't given up on me yet. Pick up the pace, running as fast as my paws will take me. His heavy breathing gets further and further away, and in just a minute or two, I know I'm safe. I don't know where I am, but it's not like I knew where I was when I started running. I almost feel bad for the guy who was chasing me. He never stood a chance. Even in the crowded city streets, there's no way anyone or anything, uh, there's no way, okay, this grammar is a bit awkward. Okay. There's no way anyone or anything can outrun me. The wind just wishes it to, the wind just wishes it could keep up with me. Comfortable that the danger is past, I slip into another alley. Once I'm sure that I'm alone, I close my eyes and concentrate on the form I want to take once more. The familiar flowing warmth runs through me again, my body stretching and deforming at my command. A few seconds later, and I open my eyes to glance at my hands. Brushing the dust off myself, I nonchalantly stroll out of the alleyway and back into the street. The odd person walks by on this errand or another, not paying attention to me, just the way I like it. Mapping out my path in my head, I look for a way to the main roads. It'll be easier to get my bearings there. I pick turns at random without any real destination in mind. When I decided to make the journey to Wellington, it was pretty impulsive. I'd overheard another pair of travelers talking about it and how beautiful a city it is. With a moment now to take in the scenery, I can see they weren't wrong. The streets around here seem like a mix of homes and businesses. Everything is very colorful. Even the brick walls are covered in pictures and paint. In the distance, I can see green hills that are lined with houses, as well as green hills that are completely empty. There are a lot of hills now that I look around some. From just a few streets away, the sound of pedestrians and busy intersections floats my way. I head in its direction, taking shortcuts through yards and driveways when it's convenient. In one lawn, a big dog growls at me as I walk past, but when I transform and growl right back, he tucks his tail and runs away. Dogs and I have always had an understanding. After squeezing through one last narrow side street, I finally emerge onto what looks like a main road. There's no cars here, but tons of people on foot. There are brightly colored signs and decorations on most of the buildings. In the middle of the street, there are fountains and benches and trees and all kinds of stuff. The best part is the variety of stores. When I stroll past a few of the windows and peek in, I can already tell that I'll be able to do most of my quote-unquote shopping around here. There are stores with food, with clothes, and with just about everything else. I don't have any money on me, but that isn't exactly a problem. What is a problem that's too crowded? What is a problem is that it's too crowded. Dodging a couple of security guards is one thing, but trying to escape down a busy street with lots of people could be too much even for me. I'll just have to remember where this place is and make another visit later. After all, the shops are closed. Then, a man in a bright coat hurries past me, talking loudly on his phone in a language I don't recognize. He's so distracted that he doesn't even notice when his wallet falls out of his pocket and onto the sidewalk. I notice, of course. Seeing an opportunity, I zip over and snatch it up, prying open the black leather pockets I find. A couple of bills in what I figure is the local currency. I slide the money out and into a pocket of my jacket. By now, the man is so far ahead that he's almost out of sight. I have to hurry to catch up to him to give him back his wallet, and he barely even says thank you. It's only fair that I get a little something for myself, since it's not like he would have ever gotten it back without me. I head back to my bench and inspect my prize. Don't mind me just opening up a drink. Because this is a lot more talking work than usual. It's still making my PC a bit laggy. It seems, but not nearly as much as the other uh, launch option. A blue bill and a brown one. I feel these sturdy. These feel sturdy. Nothing like the paper I expected. $15 isn't much. I definitely should have kept the whole wallet. Oh well, at least this should be enough to buy myself something to drink. My thirst is starting to get the better of me, and I haven't had anything since I snuck onto the airship. Following my nose, I walk down the busy street until I find one of the many cafes lining the path. The sign hanging above its front door has a picture of a bell on it. A charming bell rings out from above the door as I enter. I can't help but savor the wave of refreshing, cool air washing over me, which feels even better after so much running. The barista behind the counter is the only other person in the store right now. As I nod in greeting, and she leans forward with a cup in one hand and a pen in her other. I'm not sure what an affogato is. Isn't that a vegetable? Not wanting to commit to the strange sounding drink, I look at the menu instead. Unfortunately, it's full of handwritten, spindly letters. I can't read a single word, and there are no helpful pictures. Safe option it is. Miho. I absolutely love Miho as a character. It's my first time testing out how that name sounds, and I decide that I like it. I decided on the airship that that was the name I would use here in Wellington. I've used so many names throughout my life that I can't remember most of them. For each new city that I visit, I come up with something new. Foxes don't have any use for names, so nobody ever gave me one. She scribbles something on the cup with a black marker. If that's how this name looks, then I'm even more pleased with it. I hand her the brown bill, and she gives me back a big coin with a picture of a boat on it. She sure seems enthusiastic. I nod as she spins around and starts working. Looking about somewhere to sit, I decide on a seat by the window with the sun pouring in. Near the entrance of the cafe, there's a wire rack with a stack of maps and tourist pamphlets, so I grab one of the maps before taking my seat. This cafe is big and bright, with plants everywhere. They're on the walls, on the floor, and on the ceiling. Most of them are real and vibrant, obviously being well cared for. Even the lights that hang down from the ceiling have glass ornaments with little shrubs in them. Seems like I made a good choice coming in here. Any place with a bit of nature in it is more comfortable to me than places without. Looking down to the map I took, I trace the path I made from the port to the cafe. It's useful, but it doesn't really tell me anything helpful about the houses in particular. I'll need to find a higher vantage point. I move my finger along the hills I noticed from outside, following the little brown path to a patch of green with a little mountain icon. That should work for now. My ears perk up right as the priest arrives and places my drink in front of me. I reach over and take the warm cup in my hand, but the barista doesn't let go. I glance behind me out the window. It's as sunny and blue a day as I've ever seen. She finally lets go of my drink and heads back to the counter. Behind the counter. People are weird. Does the barista pull that on everyone? Standing on the doorstep, I have my first sip. It's pretty plain, but well made. Coffee isn't too bitter, which is perfect for me. With a moment to myself, my thoughts turn inwards as I sip the warm drink. My first travels were in search of someone, but despite my whole life being spent trying, I haven't made any progress in finding them. So I've taken to simply wandering, going wherever I wish at the time. I've been itching for a change of scenery anyway, so I boarded, well, snuck onto, the first airship that I could. The best part about owning nothing but the clothes on my back is that I can pick up and leave whenever I feel like it. I take a moment to get my bearings and look around. I see a tired-looking person shuffling along the far footpath with a briefcase in their hand. They stop outside one of the buildings, take a deep breath, and pat their face a couple of times, and then go inside. They must not be looking forward to whatever's going to happen in there. Maybe they have to fight someone. Man, imagine if that's what animals think going to work is like. Just going in and fighting people. Though through the large glass windows of another store, a fawn is trying on a pair of shoes, but they don't seem to fit her hooves. The people waiting with her look annoyed. I wonder if she fusses around with her footwear a lot. For a while, I simply let the day roll by and watch the various figures who stroll by. People watching is fun, especially in a busy city. Eventually, I go to sip my coffee, only to find nothing coming out. With no more reason to stick around, it's time to go. On the sunlit street, I look about to match what I can see with the map's directions. There's a tall green mountain in the distance ahead of me, which must be the one on the map. It'll be the perfect vantage point for the city. Ideally, I'll find an empty building I can crash in, but it's not necessary. A roof over my head would be nice, but I'm plenty used to sleeping outside under the stars. Sometimes it's better than sleeping in a bed. Encouraged by the plan forming in my head, I set off on the long walk to the summit. Before I continue reading out, how are you guys enjoying this so far? I know it's a bit different than usual because it's just kind of me reading, but you guys are enjoying it? I'm glad. Alright. The chill vibes are nice. Yeah. This is a very chill vibes game, and I do enjoy it. The path to the mountain turns out to be less simple than the map made it look. First, a trail takes me along the waterfront, and then it turns upwards through a small forested area. Being among the trees and their tall shadows makes me feel at home. When the path leaves the woods again, I'm a little disappointed. It leads up a paved road, so I stick to the edge to avoid passing cars. Sometimes I take shortcuts through yards or up unmarked paths. There are quite a few nice-looking homes right alongside the road. I make a mental note to go check them out when I'm low on money or food. Not much further along, a concrete lookout offers another glimpse of the city below. A couple airships are coming in to dock at the skyport, probably from one of the other floating islands. There's still a ways to go to the top of the mountain, but luckily the walk has been easy so far. I wouldn't even consider it a hike. Eventually, I reach the final stretch of road where I can see it curves ahead to the summit, and I hurry to the end. Metal railing spreads out like a crown on top of the mountain. As I go to toss my empty cup away, a pair of chatting tourists pass me by. I'm glad to know what this place is called. I say the name out loud to help commit it to memory. Standing at the edge, I'm treated to a wonderful view of Wellington. The city forms a crescent-shaped moon around the bay, which glitters like a sapphire from up here. The sun is starting to set, and that makes the water even more shimmery. Even more airships can be seen coming and going. I think that I can even see the edge of the floating island we're on, miles out into the open sky. I survey the city, using the skyport as a reference point. From up here, what felt like such a long chase doesn't really look far at all. If I strain my eyes, I think I can even see the coffee shop from earlier. What was the barista said it was called? The Bell House? It's kind of tough to make out details. My hearing and sense of smell may be great, but my eyes aren't that much better than a human's. Then I noticed something useful. Not too far away, there's a little kid who's using a pair of metal tubes attached to a post. Hello, Star. Welcome in, welcome in. I hope you're doing well today. His mom is helping him aim at the city. It must be something that improves your vision. The moment the kid and his mom leave, I hurry over before someone else can get to them first. When I press my eyes to the same spot that the child did, though, all I can see is black. I try moving it around, but it doesn't change. Is this thing busted? Some text is printed on the side. I have no idea what it says. There's a small slot, though, with a picture of a coin next to it. Lucky for me, it's the coin that has a 50 on it. I put the coin that I received from the barista into the slot and spin the lever. The machine eats my coin, and then I put my eyes to it again. Everything looks so much closer now. Even the trees on the other side of the hill appear in crystal clear detail, like I'm standing right next to them. Yes, happy Valentine's Day, Star. I aim the viewing glass at the city and look around, trying to find a good place to rest for the night. Houses are a no-go. Even if they look empty or abandoned, you can never let your guard down for a minute. Same with most shops. I don't have enough money for a hotel, and I won't risk sneaking into either one of those either. As I'm studying the sights, trying to memorize as much as I can, there's a clicking sound, and once again the view goes black. Stupid machine. I smack it a couple times and check again, but I still can't see anything. I head back down the trail a little bit and veer off of it into the underbrush. I am curious, just as I'm going through this, if any of you are going to be able to pick up on who the voice actress for Miho is. I will say that they've gone by two different names, and they go by their lesser known name for this one. But I'm wondering if you'll pick up on who it is. It's not exactly the wilderness, but just about everything around here seems cityfied to some extent. Usually when I make a den, I prefer to find a place far from other people, a place where nobody will find me. I doubt I'll find anything perfect, but this is good enough. Once the trail I was on is out of sight, I can transform again. My neck gets warm and my bead activates, and a few seconds later, I'm on all fours. As a fox, the sensations of nature are much stronger. The earth beneath my paws is cool and refreshing, and the breeze whips through my tails like a massage. I hurry down a hill covered in grass so tall that it reaches way over my head. I can smell fresh water and follow the scent to a small stream where I'm able to quench my thirst. It's just as satisfying as the drink I got at the cafe, but in a different way. And being able to slurp up water is more enjoyable than having to use a straw, or worse, one of those lids with the tiny holes. And for a while, I follow my nose to some berries and some edible plants that'll do for a snack. Unfortunately, unlike the water, foraging is never as satisfying as eating human food. If I want a real meal tonight, then I should pick up the pace before it gets too late. Still, I want to get this done now while there's still daylight. I keep close to the stream and search for a place where the ground is soft. Before too long, I find a promising area, a small valley with hills on most sides and thick foliage on the others. I'm still close enough to civilization to hear cars and other city noise, but the area I'm in doesn't seem like it gets visited very often. At the very least, it doesn't really smell like people. The spot that I settle on is a nice mound of earth near the whoops. The spot that I settle on is a nice mound of earth near the edge of a woods, partially hidden by a tall tree with low-hanging leaves. Even if no one comes by, it makes me feel better knowing that I'll be out of sight. And so, I start to dig. My claws rip away the dirt as I burrow downwards, widening the tunnel just enough for my sleek frame to fit. First, I dig forward and then downwards, widening out an area that's big enough for my whole body to fit. This is something I've been doing my whole life, even back when I was just a regular fox. I think that's why I don't mind it too much compared to sleeping inside somewhere. It just feels right to me. It takes a little while, but by the time I'm finally finished, the first few stars have started to peek out from the sky. I shake myself clean of the dirt that sticks to my coat and then transform back into my human form. I walk around the valley a bit, checking from different angles. If you weren't looking for it, I don't think you'd ever notice anything out of place. All that digging has made me work up an appetite, and not the kind that'll be satisfied with just a few berries. Ugh. My stomach grumbles painfully. I've been so busy since arriving here in Wellington that I kind of forgot just how hungry I was. I'll grab some human food back in town. Casting one last glance at my afternoon's work, I set off towards the city. I'm just a bit disappointed when I finally get back to the busy street from before. I was hoping that it would be emptier now, and that all the stores would be closed. Turns out, I was half right. A lot of the shops have gone dark for the evening, but there are just as many people walking around now as there were earlier. In fact, there might even be more. The patio of a restaurant has a bunch of tables full. A mermaid is sitting in the fountain I sat by earlier, chatting with a cyclops. Even the cafe that I visited is crowded now, with a line almost out the door. After pacing up and down the road for a while, I sit down and try to figure out what to do next. I'm not too worried about what would happen if I got caught stealing. I'd just escape, obviously, and even if they somehow managed to catch me, it wouldn't be an issue for very long. See, there's something different about me that makes me extra good at being a thief. It's not just the skills I've practiced over the years, like picking locks and sneaking around. No, it's a bit more special than that. Without fail, every single person I meet forgets about me by the next day. I don't know why, but I don't really care either. It's magic, that's all I know about it. Really useful magic. Everywhere I go, no matter how careless I am, all of my problems are solved by the next day. That doesn't mean there's no danger. I've been caught in the act before, and beaten or harassed before I can manage to get away. I've even lost a few prizes that I stole fair and square because I had to get going in a hurry. But if someone sees me but isn't able to stop me, I know that I'll be home free. Sure, they might remember having something stolen, but they'll never know who did it. It almost makes things too easy. Right now, it would be smarter to just come back even later in the dead of night and hope that there are no people around. I'd be able to take my time browsing without having to worry about making a quick escape. Where's the fun in that, though? I walk casually up and down the street, glancing into windows without being too obvious about it. Some stores still have customers inside, others have locked their doors and shut off the lights. Most of the restaurants are still open and are only making me hungrier. Stealing from the restaurants is a bit much even for me, though I've tried it before. But the cluttered kitchens, as well as the tables and chairs, make it hard to get around. Plus, I've learned the hard way that there are plenty of hot or sharp things for angry cooks to throw at you as you try to make your way out. Instead, packaged and pre-made foods are my best friends. Things that I can grab on multiples of at once and stuff into my pockets. If I'm really lucky, I'll find a place with refrigerated sandwiches or salads, or sometimes perfectly good hot food that gets thrown out. You wouldn't believe the kind of stuff that's available if you don't mind sifting through the trash a little bit. It's not ideal, of course, but a hot meal is a hot meal. I know plenty of foxes who have eaten much worse. It's perfect. A small convenience store, snacks lined up behind the front window. Even better, the shops on either side of it are close too, so there's not as many people in the area. Hold on, I'm going to music cues, enabled, text. Yeah, that works. Yep, okay. Awesome. Hopefully that should make the text show up quicker. I will say it is starting to lag a bit, so it's yeah. But you know, that's fine. It's not like lag matters too much in this game. I head down a nearby alley and find the back door, which is probably where they bring in new products. The alleyway is dark to begin with, and the dark clothes help me hide even better. I glance around the valley, glad, like always, for my excellent night vision. Nobody's watching. Nobody's even around. I pull my hood up over my ears and tuck my tail between my legs, leaning up against the sturdy door. To anyone not looking closely, I'm sure I appear as nothing more than a shadow. I dig around in my pocket until I find a trusty lockpick, and then set to work on the door. It isn't a complicated lock at all, just a regular keyhole. With a click, the latch springs open just a few short moments later. I try to tug the door towards me, but there's a chain on the inside that keeps it from opening very wide. There's no way a human could fit through that gap, but it would be easy for a fox. First, I slink away for a bit, idling on the nearby street like a regular pedestrian. I wait to see if anyone shows up, just in case I triggered a silent security system. After about 10 minutes, I decide it's safe. I transform under the cover of darkness in the alley and slip into the building before transforming back. The shop wasn't very big, and the receiving area is just a small hallway with a few boxes of soda and candy bars on the floor. I grab a couple of my favorites and shove them into my pockets. When I creep into the main area, I make sure to stay low to the ground, trying to avoid being seen from outside. I'm not exactly hidden, but as long as I don't stand up, I shouldn't attract anyone's attention. I move fast, cramming as much into my coat as I can. Cookies, protein bars, popcorn. I'm not very picky. When my coat starts to feel pretty heavy, I grab a plastic bag from behind the counter and transfer some of my loot into there. I also take a few bottles of water and sports drinks from the coolers. Just as I'm about to leave, I spot a few of those coveted plastic-wrapped sandwiches that I was thinking about earlier. I fill my bag with sandwiches until it's almost overflowing, and then I head back out the way I came in. In total, I was in and out in under 5 minutes, and I've got enough supplies to last me several days. When I step into the alley, I glance around in both directions, making sure no one saw me emerge from the store. I don't see anyone, but my neck prickles as if someone is watching me. I sniff the air, but don't notice anything out of the ordinary. Nothing that wasn't there before. Still. Suddenly, there's a flap of wings, and a bat flutters past me from out of the shadows. It goes right over my head and disappears from sight up the street. I let out the breath I'd been holding and start making my way back towards the mountain where I made my den. I let the bag swing from my arm as I walk, whistling a song I heard earlier. I'm not able to keep a smile off my face. Just want to make sure. Obviously my stuff is lagging a bit. Is the audio kind of jittery for you guys? Or is the audio fine? Okay. Just wanted to make sure. There have been plenty of days where in my life where I had none of these things. Those things. I unwrap one of the sandwiches that I grabbed and take a big bite. I hope Wellington continues to treat me well for me while I'm here. I unpack everything that I got from the store, as well as the treasures that I always carry with me. My lockpick, my wallet, a few pretty stones. The only thing that I leave in my jacket is a small scroll. I change back into a fox and then dig another hole near the entrance to my den. This one is much simpler and shallower, and I bury some of the snacks that I stole before covering them back up with dirt. Stuff like my pen and my favorite rock go into the burrow with me, since I like having them close by. Once I've got everything where it belongs, I climb into the hole myself, turning a few circles before settling down with my tail wrapped around me. From here, I have a perfect view of the stars. I look up the clear night sky through the mouth of the tunnel. I feel bad for all the people way down on the underworld. I've never been to the underworld, so I have no idea. I can't imagine falling asleep without them. Comfortable and safe, I close my eyes and quickly slip off to dreamland. Kirby? I wake up to trouble, or at least a threat. I'm sure it's only morning as I peer out the burrow's entrance, but the sky is already dark and foreboding. My attention moves from the ominous rain clouds above to the trees outside my den, their branches shaking in the strong breeze. I climb up the tunnel and out into the open, sniffing the air. It just tells me what I already know. A storm is coming, and fast. But also, another scent plays on my nose, one so faint that I almost brush it off before taking another smell. Surely I'm wrong. There's no way that... Lowering my snout to the ground, I investigate the area, and then decide that I'm right. I change into my human form and look around. Yes, someone's definitely been here. But this scent isn't a human's. It's vaguely familiar, but at the same time, not like anything I recognize. They must have come here in the night and stopped right outside my den. As a fox, I dive back into my hole and make sure everything is still there. My heart pounds in my chest, but nothing appears to be missing. I also check the spot where I buried my stash from last night, but that hasn't been disturbed either. I breathe a sigh of relief. If any of my stuff had been stolen, I'd be so mad. But that still doesn't answer the question of what they did want, and that's even more concerning. I'm a pretty light sleeper, and usually the slightest sound or motion will wake me up. So if someone was able to sneak up on me, even I have to be impressed. Impressed and a little bit worried. I've got a more pressing issue right now, though, and I stare up at the sky in disappointment. I would have found a different place to make my nest and hide my supplies if I'd known this would happen. Instead, both burrows will probably just be piles of mud by the end of today. I fill my pockets with my most important possessions and some of the food I grabbed last night. Everything else I wrap as tightly in plastic bags as I can and bury them in my den. Hopefully I can find somewhere fast and then move everything else over before it gets ruined. An abandoned house would be perfect. Or some other place where I'd be able to hide. After finishing packing up, I'm just about to get going when a loud flopping sound overhead catches my attention. I expect it to be a bird, but instead, it's yet another bat. This one is even bigger than the one I saw last night. Its wings are way longer and noisier. I can even hear it squeaking something as it flies past. Some people say bats and foxes are similar. I don't see it. I watch it fly around for a little while before it takes off towards the city. A couple times it disappears between the trees or just too far ahead, but I always manage to catch back up. Eventually, we're out of the woods and back into civilization, where a car whizzes right past me. There's a sidewalk here and other people walking around. Most of them look up to the sky nervously, though, and everyone seems to be in a hurry. After finishing packing up, I'm just about to get going when a loud flapping sound overhead catches my attention. I expect it to be a bird, but instead it's yet another bat. More people seem to be going the direction I was headed than anywhere else, so I stick to that. By now, my winged guide is almost out of sight again, just a little black speck in the sky flying into the distance. Farther up the road, there's a slope that leads to a big, fancy-looking building. It doesn't look like a shop or a restaurant, at least not one that I've ever seen, but there are so many people going in and out that it has to be open to the public. That's good enough for me. It'll give me somewhere dry to spend some time, and maybe I can learn something useful. Plus, places like this usually have plenty of valuables inside. If I'm lucky, I might be able to find something to fund my next few days. After all, the bigger the target, the less likely they are to notice something's missing. The sturdy oak door isn't as heavy as it looks, a firm push being enough to heave it open. Gingerly stepping inside and out of the rain, I am greeted by books. Lots of books. Books on shelves, books on tables, books on the floor, books everywhere. The place even smells of musty old paper, and the dozen or so people inside are mostly leafing through pages in the aisles. The odd silence about the building is striking, given how many are around. It doesn't look like a shop, so I assume this must be a library. I've heard of them, but I've never been in one. No point, since I can't read and all. But it's warm and cozy and very dry, so it'll do just fine. There's a desk near the entrance with a computer on it that I assume is where I would check in. It's unattended, which is good for me. I take a seat in an empty chair nearby and sit back just to observe for a bit. There are plenty of people, but it's not too busy. Lots of empty, unwatched spaces. Most folks seem to be here alone or in small groups that keep to themselves. There's not much conversation going on, and what there is all whispered. Nobody gives me a second glance, which is a good sign. It means I'm probably not breaking any rules just by being here. Behind the desk, there's a hallway leading deeper into the building, and I peek around the corner to see what's back there. All I can see are some shut doors, and at the very back, a staircase. After glancing around to make sure no one's watching, I sneak down the hall and try a couple of the doors. All of them are locked. I could probably pick them if I wanted to. No sense trying to do that now, though. Is there anything more valuable around? An antique clock or vase would be perfect. Sadly, it's almost all books. Books and small trinkets that look pretty worthless, not even worth the trouble of stealing. At least it's got a roof. I do spot a couple promising items, like a set of old coins, and memorize their locations. I do spot a couple of promising items, like a set of old coins, and oh, I already read that shit. Ooh, my brain is starting to go on the fritz from all the reading. It's been just over an hour, and my brain is already on the fritz. I wander back to the main area where I came in. Outside, it hasn't started raining yet, but it's only a matter of time. The wind is loud and gusty, and even opening the door is enough to make me shiver. If nothing else, I can probably wait out the rain here. But, my poor abandoned snacks back at the den. What a waste. Can't do anything about it now, though. I should keep looking around. I move slowly through the area, never going beyond what seems to be the public area. I pretend to inspect a few books, taking them off the shelves and flipping through the pages, but I'm actually mapping out the place in my head. Doors, windows, and potential places to hide, things like that. Most of the time, this kind of info is unnecessary. It's been at least a few decades since I've had to make a dramatic escape from anywhere. At this point, plotting an escape route is just a habit. Overall, I like what I'm seeing, even with the locked doors and off-limit hallways. There are lots of nooks and crannies that would make a good hiding spots, especially as a fox. From the thick dust that coats a lot of the areas, I can tell that they don't get a whole lot of visitors. If I'm careful, I might even be able to go a whole week or more without being noticed. As long as I can get in and out of the building easily, that is. And with the huge windows that line the back wall, that seems easy enough too. I weave around a couple shelves that are taller than I am, heading for the far back corner. I peer around the corner of the last aisle just to make sure I'm alone. But I'm not. At a small table by the window sits a woman with a small book in her hand, resting against her fingers. She's perfectly still, but mouths the words on the page as she reads, like she's tasting them instead of just seeing them. Her expression from the distant look of someone way off in their own world, far away from this one. She looks so at peace that I think she must belong in that other world. She's beautiful and elegant in the same way as a painting, with the light from the window shining on her like a display. I duck behind the bookshelf, pressing one hand to my racing heart. My other bumps against one of the books on the shelves, and it falls with a dusty thump. Cursing my clumsiness, I silently back away in case she decides to investigate, but she doesn't leave her chair. She turns and gazes out the open window, at what, I don't know. A moment later, she returns to her book and leaves this world again. I stay hidden, my face still burning a little bit. Yes, I think this will be the perfect place to spend some time. Suddenly, there's a much louder boom than the one I caused as thunder rumbles outside. A few people around the library startle at the sound and look around. Sighing, the girl in the chair pulls the window beside her closed, the first drops of rain falling not a minute later. I'll investigate the windows later. Right now, I don't want to bother her. So I head back to one of the plush chairs on the other side of the library and take a seat. I could be here a while, depending on how long the rain lasts, so I might as well get comfy. I found a few books that have more pictures than words and curl up in one of the soft chairs to flip through them. There aren't as many of those ones, and I go through the stack pretty fast. It takes long enough for the rain to start, though. The longer I read, the louder the pounding of the rain and the howling of the wind become. Guess it's not letting up anytime soon. I can't complain, though. This library is pretty cozy by my usual standards. It's warm and safe, and nobody tells me to go away. I even have snacks. More than once, I get up and walk around the library again, even though I've got most of it memorized by now. I take note of things like a child's stuffed toy that's lying on the floor in one section, or the thin blanket that's stuffed between a bookshelf and the wall. On my third or fourth trip around, I finally find something I'd been looking for. In one of the far corners, totally opposite from where I saw the girl reading earlier, there's a single chair and a small table. On the wall nearby is a portrait. The painting itself is of a girl with light brown hair, but I barely pay attention to that. What I'm interested in is the frame. It's lovely. It looks like it might be made out of gold. It certainly shines like it. It's carved intricately into the shape of waves, flowing up and down. It's gotta be worth something. I pretend not to pay much attention to it as I make my way back to the table. There are too many other people around for me to be able to try and sneak it out. It's too big to fit under my jacket without being obvious. That just means I'll have to come back some other time, maybe once this place is closed. The hours pass by and the storm continues. I'm kind of disappointed about losing a whole day, especially so soon after arriving, but it's not like I'm in any sort of a hurry. I pat one of my pockets, feeling the familiar and reassuring weight of the paper scroll that's tucked away there. That scroll is the only thing close to a purpose that I have, and it's not particularly urgent. Or at least I don't have any way to deal with it faster. I spend a long time reading. It's almost afternoon when I go and check the windows again, but the rough weather outside continues. At this rate, I'll be sleeping in a puddle of mud tonight. Unless. Sometimes clicking doesn't make it go to the next section. A quick check shows that a lot of the other library patrons have left. It's not empty, but it's not nearly as full as earlier. Guessed some of them decided it was worth braving the rain. Looking as nonchalant as I can, I get up from my seat and pretend to browse again, slowly moving through the shelves. The reading girl is gone now, although she's not what I was looking for. Instead, I pick up the dropped toy and blanket that I spotted earlier, and then head to one of the out-of-the-way hiding spots I picked out before. It's on the floor between a shelf and the wall, but has a bit of a carpet to help make it softer. Even better, it's between two corner shelves, meaning that it's practically out of sight if you're not looking for it. I wriggle my way between the furniture and lie down, using the toy as a pillow and draping the blanket over me. I toss and turn a few times before finally settling down. Even though I haven't done much today, I'm always down to take a nap. I can pass a few hours by sleeping, wake up once it's dark, and then grab that picture frame and be on my way. I'll have to rebuild my den once I get back, but that's a problem for future me. I yawn, staring up at the ceiling until my eyes get heavy. The soft sound of cloth rustling wakes me from a dreamless sleep. How did someone sneak up on me twice now? I don't know how long it's been. The sky outside is darkened significantly, and now stars twinkle outside the window. There's no time to react as the sound comes closer. I hear no footsteps, but suddenly a woman steps into view. Her clothes are pure white, making her stand out like a ghost in the dark library. Her cape rustles again as she reaches toward one of the shelves. One of the shelves I'm hiding behind, to be precise. Gingerly, she moves 2 books to the side and then slides another book into the space she created. She handles them like precious treasures that might break if she's too rough. I stay perfectly still, afraid to even breathe in case she notices me. My heart beats wildly as she slowly and deliberately looks over the shelf, examining their titles before taking a book from the second lowest row. Through the gap she creates in the shelves, our eyes meet in the darkness. Oh no. I tense up as she steps around the shelving between us to get a better look at me, preparing myself to leap away if the need arises. The carefully memorized layout of the library flashes through my mind as I frantically plot the best way to flee. Even as I prepare my escape, I can see her taking in everything about me: the stolen blanket, the makeshift pillow, my generally disheveled appearance. She opens her mouth, and I brace myself for the verbal attack that's sure to come. It doesn't matter what I say, just distract her enough to get away. I love her accent so much. She leans down and offers me a hand. I look at it warily. I don't take it, but I slowly stand, letting the blanket fall to my feet and trying to subtly get in position to run. And she's so sweet too. I love her. Man. Can't believe this game is causing my PC to lag. What the fuck? Like, this is such a, like, non-intensive game. Oh, hello. Are we back? I frame dropped for a bit there. I think I'm back. Yeah, like, what the fuck? This is so non-intensive. Yet it's somehow lagging my whole PC. I don't get it. I'm actually gonna check. Hold on. How much of my CPU is this game taking up? Well, OBS is taking up 30%. This game is taking up 1%. It's actually taking up the lowest percent out of everything else. It's VTube Studio, Opera GX, and OBS. So let me OBS. Okay, I'm going to do this. Copy. Close. Okay, this is going to be weird. Okay. Give me a second while I shift some things around. Let's see if we do that. Perfect. I'm going to oh, that would actually be so much better. Bink. Alright, if I do that. And I do this. If I close that. Okay. That's fine. I will throw that here. Give me a second. Because if I do this properly, it will completely remove my need to have Opera GX open other than music shit. But that's fine. Da. This isn't doing what I want. Okay, that's a bit weird. If we do this, do that, do that. I will have to figure that out later, I think. No, I'm going to do it now. I want the pop-out chat, not... You know what? It's fine. I will just do that. That'll work. Okay, I'm going to just do this and this. Does that take it down at all? Do I need to actually close it? Let me close that as well. Okay, that takes that down quite a bit, actually. So that works. Yeah, okay. That works. Apologies that this is being annoying. So if I do... that works. Alright. I have everything organized now, I think. Alright, so we should be good to keep going. Alright, so we continue with, otherwise you're more than welcome to remain here on the ground. I apologize for waking you. With a smile, the oddly calm woman steps away and busies herself organizing another row of books. She probably expects me to let my guard down and take her offer. I'm just a stranger, and someone who broke into her library. There's no reason for her to treat me kindly. My years of experience, and there are plenty of those, tell me it's a trap. It's still lagging. Oh well. I hurry past her, shoulders tense as I expect her to grab me or try to stop me. She doesn't, though. The one time I glance back, she's watching me with a strange expression that I don't recognize. When I get outside and away from the library, I breathe a sigh of relief. Just close that entirely. Closing a bunch of things that I don't need. Oh, this is fucked. The last time I let someone feel sorry for me and accepted a place to stay, I woke up to them trying to empty my wallet. I may be a thief, but at least I do it honestly. I wouldn't try to trick someone like that. That wasn't the first time someone tried to fool me and take advantage of me either. Tonight, though, I'm on my own. Shivering, I wrap my coat and tail tightly around myself as I think about what to do next. The rain has stopped, although it's still cold and cloudy. My stomach grumbles, since I haven't eaten anything other than snacks all day. I may as well get it over with and go check on the status of my den. It's not as bad as I expected, which is a pleasant surprise. I swapped my fox form and prod around. The entrance has caved in a little, but after I scoop that out, I find the rest of the tunnels and main room are relatively intact. Cold as hell, but intact. Seems the trees protected the den from a lot of the rain. It takes me a while to find the spot where I buried my stash, since the stick I used to mark the spot got washed away. Eventually, I locate it though and start digging. The cold mud makes my paws dirty and sore, and little flecks cover my fur. After I finally reach the soggy plastic bags, I shake myself clean before opening them as a human. Some water has seeped through, and I open the spoiled items before tossing them away. I'm not too picky, but I have plenty of other snacks to choose from. A few of them swoop down to inspect the offering. I scarf down a quick meal of cookies and unwarmed soup, along with some cold water from the stream. At least the water is satisfying. Then, even though I woke up from a nap not too long ago, I shift back into my fox form and crawl into my den and curl up. I'm sure it'll be a while before I fall asleep, but I don't feel like going back into town. I've had enough excitement for one day. This isn't all that bad. Regular foxes without magic powers have it way worse than I do. Although back when a fox was all I was, I wouldn't have really cared. To this day, I'm not sure what it is that makes me different. I used to be just like them, no desire to go beyond the forest or anything, and then one day I became whatever I am now. All I had was my necklace, a small scroll that I can't read, and the memory of the person who had given it to me. They were so kind to me, that stranger in the forest. They wished me well, even though I was just an ordinary fox. Somehow, that didn't seem to matter to them. I never even knew their name, just their face and their voice. But I know that I'll recognize them when I see them again. It's just a matter of finding them. So since then, I've been looking and surviving. Looking for them is what keeps me going. It's enough to live for. If I wasn't, I don't know what else I'd be doing. I guess I'd just be surviving, but if that was the only thing, I think I'd rather have just stayed a fox. Standing outside my den in human form, hello, Dees, welcome in. I take stock of how things stand. The sun's thankfully out this morning, but everything remains damp from the ground to the muggy air itself. The chill on the breeze is the worst, making me shiver every time it hits me. The Bell House was pleasant when I visited a couple of days ago, so I decided to head down towards the main street and get a coffee there while working out my next moves. Reading a poem you wrote? No, this is a visual novel called Please Be Happy. Coming to the door of the cafe, I pause and wipe my feet on the mat outside. The human fascination with surrounding themselves in concrete makes a little more sense as I work the mud off my feet. With that, I finally head inside, only to stop in my tracks as the door shuts behind me. Standing behind the counter is the same girl who I saw reading in the library yesterday, talking with a customer as she makes their order. That gentle aura about her is unmistakable. The person in front of me finishes their order, and I step up to the counter. A vanilla latte? No, that's boring. I was planning to get something warm, but that does sound pretty good. She scribbles something onto a cup and finishes it with a big flourish. I pay and then go take the same seat as before, next to one of the windows. It's pretty empty in here again, so I can sit wherever I want. Before the barista starts making my drink, I spot her writing something else down in a little notebook. She glances my way once or twice while she does, but I pretend not to notice. I wonder what it is. The barista yesterday didn't write anything down. Anyway, I've got more important things on my mind. I mull over the plan, which formed as I walked here, becoming increasingly happy with it. Tonight, I've already decided I'm going to sneak back into that library. Between that picture frame and some of the other trinkets I saw, I should be able to pilfer enough to fund my next few days in Wellington. Finding somewhere to sell it should be the easy part. I've got a dozen excuses that I can recite about where the items are from. Dead grandma, spring cleaning, new renovations. Sometimes I try extra hard and pretend that the things I'm selling are really special to me and earn a bit more cash that way. Sometimes I just take whatever they give me. After years of watching other humans do it and trying it out myself, I've gotten good at pawning items off. I find myself idly watching the barista make my drink. While I do, I practice a disarming smile. All of her movements are quick and practiced, but she has that same faraway look in her eyes that I noticed yesterday. She looks up and our eyes meet. I don't look away, and she turns pink before ducking away behind a machine, out of sight. I turn my head around and look around the cafe, and a butterfly outside catches my attention, so I watch that instead. It flutters back and forth, landing on a flower and resting its wings. Oh, my coffee's ready. I quickly get up and skip over to the counter. Cup in hand, she starts to head over and give it to me. But then, several things happen at once. One of the little tassels on the pocket of her apron catches on one of the drawers behind the counter, and she jerks to a stop, eyes wide with surprise. And my drink tumbles out of her hand, landing on the counter with a wet gloop sound as the ice cream splats against it, sending mean grint rivers of coffee everywhere. A few seconds pass where we just look at each other, neither of us quite sure what to do, and then she takes a deep breath. Her words spill out faster than the beverage, making it hard to even understand what she's saying. Her face is bright red as she spins back around and grabs another empty cup. As she stops, hands hovering awkwardly. She hurries back to the mess, wiping at it with some napkins. She mops up as much of it as she can with one hand, then leaves the soggy paper on the counter while she starts to remake my drink. I don't even know if she's talking to me or to herself. I freeze up for a second, looking for an appropriate response to an apology. I'm not used to people apologizing to me. Instead, I just sit back down at one of the tables and watch. She makes the drink twice as fast and then carries it very slowly to the counter, setting it down in a clean spot. This time, she takes a deep breath before speaking, like she's afraid she's going to mess that up too. She's. Ah. I love all the characters in this that I've met so far. They're so well written. Well, that's too bad for her because she won't remember me at all next time. I take a big sip of the drink she made for me. It's creamy and rich and sweet all at the same time. She smiles again. Seems like she's gotten over the crisis of the spilled drink already. At least I'll know what to order next time, even though I'll have been forgotten. I'm already thinking of this place as my go-to coffee shop, especially since it's in a convenient area. With tasty drinks and cute baristas, I don't have reason to go anywhere else. A knocking sound from the employee area gets both our attention. She calls back over her shoulder and then looks back at me briefly. With a wave, she gathers the trash from the cleanup and throws that away before disappearing into the back. So her name is Aspen. That's a pretty name. I'll have to try and remember that. Getting up from my seat, I decide to head back outside for some fresh air. Sipping my Fairy Kiss chiller as I go, I head out the door and onto the increasingly busy main street. I already know my plans for tonight, but I've still got some time to kill before then. What should I do? Alright. We have two options. What you guys want me to do? Oriental Bay or Mount Victoria? The bank? Alright. It's not far from where I am to the beach, so I decide to head down there. Passing through the city streets, I recognize some of this area from my first day here, when I was running from the Skyport Guard. And really, that's been the highlight of Wellington so far. When I get down to the beach, I take a moment to enjoy the salty sea air. From this level, it's impossible to tell where the ocean ends and where the open sky begins. I can see the skyport from where I am, with a few older ships anchored in the harbor close by. While I'm admiring the view, a worried-looking lady comes up and waves for my attention. Alright. I need to um turn down sound effect volume and turn up voice volume. Yeah, okay. There we go. She walks away in a hurry, looking right and left as she goes to ask someone else. Since they can't smell or even hear most things, it's a wonder they don't get lost more often. I amble across the waterfront, watching all the people as I go. Like Cuba Street, there's a lot going on. Under a nearby bridge, a group of three mermaids are racing each other. Close to the bridge are a bunch of people fishing, with a stressed looking guy running back and forth between them. Next to a boarded up market stall and some big crates, I notice something weird. There's a fabled with a big flower on their head that spins like a propeller. They're using it to drift in a small circle above something near the crates. I have to check it out, of course. No one else pays any attention. I wander over and take a look. The fabled stops spinning as I approach and gives me a helpless look, but doesn't say anything. On the other side of the crates, out of sight from the path, there's a little boy sitting on the ground, with the back to one of the wooden boxes. The kid jumps, totally surprised. Oops, he scrambles up and looks at me with wide eyes. What are you boying at, Opyrus? The kid or what? His expression goes from surprise to sullen real quick. The kid? Okay. Just, oh. Okay. It's a pretty crummy hiding spot. I mean, it's totally open on three sides. I don't say that, though. Instead, I look up at the fabled floating overhead. It looks almost as glum as Tommy. I love the stars in his eyes. Jerby waves from up high. Tommy sets it back down and scratches at the dirt with a rock. Guess he doesn't want to talk about it. I'm always glad to end a conversation. I start to walk away. He doesn't seem like he's in any danger, and I don't want to get blamed for him hiding in the first place. I turn around. He's already standing up again. Before I can answer, his eyes get huge again. I have to turn around again. This time, it's the woman from before. She's already flying past me over to Tommy. Her voice goes up and down between relieved and angry. She has Tommy in a tight hug, but he's just staring forward grumpily. Jerby is flying in distressed circles again. Finally, the lady turns to me. I didn't really do anything. I did find him, but so did she. Guess she's not thinking about it much. Yep, and this is where things get deeper. My ears flinch as he yells. He stamps his foot on the ground to make his point. Tommy, who's already sniffling, can't help from breaking down and crying as he throws his arm around his mom and hugs her back. I get the impression that I should probably leave. Normally, I'm happy to be nosy and listen in on things, but right now that seems kind of awkward. Neither of the humans notice me leave, but Jerby the Fabled sadly waves goodbye as I head off. I wonder what makes him stick around. I've never seen a Fabled like him before. Not being able to be seen by certain people sure sounds useful, though. I don't have to go far before the sounds of Tommy and his mom talking are drowned out by the noise of the waterfront. I easily fit into the crowd of people milling about. Being able to live a life that no one notices is close enough to being invisible. I'm pretty lucky that I don't ever have to have those things. Bleh. I'm pretty lucky that I don't ever have to have those kinds of tearful conversations or panic about someone missing. Yeah, this game does get real at points. No, being part of the crowd is just perfect for me. I stand at the concrete and admire the ocean until I've had my fill, and then I start wandering again. I have plenty of time to kill and also plenty of restless energy. I decide to go for a walk up Mount Victoria just to give myself something to do. I take the long way up this time instead of taking a bunch of shortcuts like usual. It winds through neighborhoods and then back out again, with only the occasional car passing by on the street. Compared to some of the other cities I've been in lately, the air here is a lot cleaner, and the smell of nature shines through. It can't compare to being out in the wild for real, of course, but it's nice to not be choking on exhaust fumes everywhere I go. The houses are weird, though. Many of them sit up on tall legs like giant bugs with windows for eyes. More people seem to be coming down from the mountain and going up it. Lots of them zip past on bikes or skateboards, while others are jogging or just walking. About halfway up or so, there's a wooden bench just off the sidewalk. It's occupied by a man with dark hair and big sunglasses. As I'm about to pass by, he waves. Huh? Is he talking to me? He must be, because there's no one else nearby. Chatting's usually not my thing, but for the moment, I appreciate the distraction. Oh, he makes a whoosh sound with his breath and a wavy motion with his hand. I skipped the sound. The man laughs, a deep belly laugh. Like usual, I'm not sure what I said that was funny. Yeah. You know, that's kind of funny when you think about it, that literally the term kiwi is used to refer to a type of bird, a type of fruit, and a people. At this point, kiwi is just going to be a catch all term. I conveniently leave out my plans for the next time I'm in the library. He laughs again. He stands up, but has to do it slowly. And I mean that for once. He waves goodbye as he heads down some stone steps, and I keep heading upwards. I've never really thought about my age compared to a human's. Humans don't matter to my lifestyle. I wasn't lying when I said I don't know how old I am. It's never been important. Places, relationships, memories, they just tie people down. I want to be everywhere. When I reach the top of the mountain, I take a deep breath of crisp air. Wind blows my hair in every direction, and I can't keep it out of my face. The wind is wild and goes where it wants. It doesn't answer to anyone. That's how I've lived my life, too. A free spirit, that's what the man called me, and I like the sound of it. I can see the smudges of a few people down by the beach and on the pier. Is one of them the man I just met? There's no way to know. From up here, they're just tiny little blips, impossible to tell apart from each other. Once I've had my fill of the view, it's time to get on the way again. I turn my back on the people and start making my way down once more. And here we go. Back to the library. I also like how, normalized, quote unquote, being an animal is in this society, to the point where, oh yeah, I'm not a bird, I'm a fox. I made my den up here on the mountain. Is a normal thing that people don't, second guess. When the moon is high in the sky, I decide it's time. This is the perfect kind of night for me. There's not much wind, meaning I'll be able to hear or smell anyone approaching. It's a little cloudy, too, which gives me some cover from the moonlight. I make my way back up to the library, stopping as soon as I'm within sight of it. I find a shadowy place to hide and watch the front for a few minutes. Like I hoped, nobody goes in or out. All of the windows are dark, too. I slowly creep up towards the entrance, ready to transform and flee if I have to. Nothing happens. No one tries to stop me. I peek into one of the windows. It's dark inside, and I can't see anyone at all. Perfect. I move around to the backside of the building and check those windows too. Same thing, it's dark and empty. Back at the front door, I pick the lock and slip inside. I sneak from room to room, revisiting the items I memorized yesterday. They're not expensive or fancy enough to think of them as treasures. I end up leaving a lot of them alone since I don't want to carry too much with me. The rest go into my coat pockets. Finally, I end up back at the painting in the corner, the piece that started this whole plan. I have to set a couple of things down on the floor because the painting needs both hands for me to lift it. It's heavier than it looks, though it's not very big. That's probably a good sign for how much it'll be worth. I have to jiggle it a couple of times to get it off the hook, but I manage. Tucking the painting under one arm, I pick up the other goods from the floor. This should be enough for one night. Best to get in and out quick. I start to head back for the front door where I came in. Before I get there, light floods the room. My heart starts to race as I immediately prepare to run. A quick glance over my shoulder shows the woman from last night standing at the top of the stairs. Her eyes are glowing blue with anger. She takes a step forward, not seeming to touch the stairs. I gotta get out of here, now. Throwing caution to the wind, I clutch my spoils tight and charge for the door, trying to make myself as small a target as possible. The painting is too big for me to transform and still hold on to it, so I've got to do this on two legs. Angie, yes, I don't stop. Just like my arrival here with the guards at the skyport, the thrill of being chased has already taken over. It's exciting and scary at the same time, but either way, it spurs me to move faster. Using my shoulder, I crash out the front door and into the night. I run as quickly as I can, keeping an eye out for patches of slick mud or puddles of water. The path I take goes far past Mount Victoria and my den, ending up in a small residential area. I stash the painting under a parked car and then take my fox form and crawl under a house, upsetting a mean gray cat who is already hiding there. It makes a low growling sound and I glare at it, desperately willing it to be silent before it gives away my position. I growl back as best I can, and that seems to scare it into shutting up. I'm not sure if I was being followed or not, but I don't want to take any chances. After 10 minutes or so, I climb out, pick up my loot, and sneak back towards my den. Now the excitement has worn off. I can't keep a smile off my face. There's nothing more satisfying than pulling off a heist, even one as easy as this. Other thieves I've heard about must have had it rough, having to stake out a place for a long time, trying really hard to not get caught, and making sure not to be seen. I've never done so much planning. I just do whatever feels right. My ability to transform makes it pretty hard to catch me, although I have had to leave behind the stuff I was taking once or twice. And honestly, it would get boring if I never got caught and had to run. My good mood lasts me all the way home and then disappears completely when I see who's waiting for me. The woman in white. She stands just outside my den, looking like she doesn't care at all about the cold or the mud. In fact, her perfect clothes don't seem to get dirty at all. With her back turned towards me, she's staring up at the moon. She faces me as I approach. She has that same calm presence as when I first saw her, but I can see a mournful look in her eyes, which have gone back to brown instead of furious blue. My heart quickens, almost suffocatingly, as she watches me intently. I know how quickly calm can turn into anger. I should run, but I can't look away. Yep, she did know. And I know more about what's going to happen and about the characters. So I'm actually looking forward to getting to new stuff fairly soon. Her voice is soft and warm, unlike the way she shouted back at the library. But who? I wasn't followed, I'm sure of that much. With the shock of being found wearing off, the realization I'll need to find a new place to stay sets in. After all that work, too. Alright, an ad is starting soon on Twitch, so I don't want to necessarily get too far. But I look down at the portrait. I've been carrying it for a while now, but I haven't given the picture itself much thought. It's a beautiful painting, and clearly very old. The girl shown in it is wearing the long, flowing dress, looking down with a small smile. And there it starts. Yeah, no, this game, I am not going to be able to get through all of it today. And I don't know if it's something that I'm going to continue on stream. So what I'm going to say is, go and get it for yourself. It's not free. I want to say it's $16, but it's made by a group of like 6 or 7 people. So it's a very like small group. Let me actually see if I can't find it. Da-da-da. Let me get it open properly. Yeah, so the game is on Steam. Studio Elan. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right, but it's normally $20. It's $15 right now because it's on sale. It seems. Um. Yeah. Staff. There we go. Um. 2, 3. Yeah, it's like 3-ish people who have worked on this game. Yeah. So, very much so recommend getting it for yourself. Support the game. It's been out for about a year and a couple months. Um, so yeah, definitely. I mean, I'm enjoying it. I enjoy the story. If you're enjoying the story as well, get it for yourself. It's a beautiful painting, very and clearly very old. The girl shown in it is wearing a long flowing dress, looking down with a small smile. She breathes out slowly, and my eyes narrow. It's the sound people make when they're acting calm, but they're angry. And that is why I love her. Despite the fact that Miho literally just stole a very important painting from her, she still offers a place to stay. She's not saying, fuck you, be on your own. She is saying, I am still offering a place to stay despite the fact that you've betrayed my trust before. Absolutely love her. After I just tried to rob her, she's offering me a place to stay? Okay, now I know this must be a trap. There's no way. Although, it's the same thing she asked me last night before I broke in. I'm sure she doesn't remember that. I'm not sure what answers she wants to hear. She looks at me again, the same expression as it was at the library. Well, her offer does sound kind of tempting. Not anymore, at least. Not after it rained and made half of it mud. I looked down at the painting again. If I sold it, it was just going to be so I could buy the same things she's offering me. I still don't trust her. I've watched people enough to know better than that. There must be something she wants. But I don't think she wants to hurt me. She knows I don't have anything worth stealing. If she did try to pull something, I could just run away. It's only one night. I can come back and try again. Or maybe someplace else to take from. I look down to the burrow past where she's standing. It looks less a den and more a pile of mud. She thought of sleeping there. The thought of sleeping there again practically makes the decision for me. She breathes out slowly again and smiles. Maybe that sound doesn't mean she's angry? I've had to introduce myself twice in one day now. That has to be a new record. I'm not gonna lie, I'm pretty sure when I first played this part of the game, that's what made me aware it's a pleasure to make your acquaintance, not meet your acquaintance, as the phrase. Because, who writes that typically? I'm pretty sure this game was the first instance where I learned that phrase. I shrug. She receives it very gently, and I quickly fall in beside her as we begin to walk back. To my relief, she doesn't try to make any conversation. Instead, she silently cradles the painting as we go. When we get back to the library, the lights are off and the door is still unlocked. After setting the painting down on the desk, Juliet gestures toward the stairs. I follow her lead again until she stops at one of the closed doors. She unlocks it and lets me in. The room is simple and cozy with a couple dressers, a table, and a bed. Over the bed, there's a boxy window with a wide sill, big enough to sit on. On the table, there's a cheese sandwich and a few apple slices, plus some sort of cake. There's also a pitcher of water. I shake my head, still in disbelief. What am I even supposed to say in a situation like this? I just stole from her, and now I have both a bed and food in return. As if to answer my confusion, she gives a calm smile. It doesn't help. The door shuts behind her, and I expect to hear Juliet lock it. But when I try the knob after giving her a few moments, the door opens quietly into the dark hall. Juliet's nowhere to be seen. I pull the door back shut behind me and inspect the room, looking for any hidden threats. I also check the food, sniffing it to make sure there's no poison or anything. If there is, I can't smell it, and so I dig in instead. There's 3 different kinds of cheese in the sandwich, which is 2 more kinds than I knew existed. The bread is soft and buttery, and when I take a bite of the apple, juice rolls down my chin. The water that I wash it down with tastes better than the water from the stream by my den. When I'm done eating, I climb into bed, still feeling overwhelmed, more specifically, not knowing how to feel. Part of me fears that I've made some gigantic mistake, and that I'll wake up in danger, if I ever wake up at all. Trusting my instincts has kept me alive on multiple occasions and for hundreds of years. Enough that I've lost count of exactly how many. But something tells me I don't have anything to fear from the woman who I can only assume is my host and the owner of this place. So with that in mind, I pull the blankets up to my chin and adjust the luxurious pillows beneath my head. Who knows, maybe the morning will bring trouble with it. But right now, just sleeping sounds alright. Long loading times. I wake up to the sound of birds chirping loudly outside. Blinking warily, I prop myself up and look towards the warm sunlight beaming through the window. The sheets under my hands feel soft and dry. My hand goes to my neck, taking in the smooth familiarity of my necklace. If someone was going to rob me, that's the only thing I have that would seem valuable. I'd sit up and look around. It doesn't look like anyone came in here while I was asleep. Maybe I really am safe here. I wonder if Juliet's friend was the scent I noticed outside my den on the first morning. I don't know how else she would have found me, or how they did it without waking me up. If it happened before, it can happen again, as much as I hate to admit it, so I checked the room very thoroughly, but still don't notice anything different from when I went to bed. All my past experiences have told me that there has to be a catch. Nothing is free, nothing. But no matter how hard I try, I can't figure out what it could be. Could Juliet really have been telling the truth? It just seems so unlikely. It'd be nice if it was true. But if it wasn't, if I let myself believe only to be wrong in the end, then what would hurt even more, wouldn't? But then that would hurt even more, wouldn't it? No, better to not even take the risk. After all, I lived a lot of years this way, and it's not like I hate it. Making my mind up helps me feel better right away, too. It just makes more sense. Even if I tried to stay, I don't think I'd ever stop worrying. This way, I'll know for sure that I'm in charge of my own destiny. Now that I know this room is unoccupied, I might be able to sneak back in sometime when I need a place to stay. It wouldn't be too hard to climb one of the trees and then get in the window from here. I take one last look around. For just a night, it was a nice what if. Then I head downstairs and out the door without speaking a word to anyone. It's another nice day, the same as when I first arrived in Wellington. Warm sun and blue skies with just a hint of clouds. For a while, I meander around town, eating the last of my pastries from the convenience store hall for breakfast. Today feels like another restart. I have no den, no supplies, no anything. It's less exciting now than it was when I first arrived. I don't have a destination in mind, but eventually I end up at the waterfront. There's an airship over the bay, descending closer towards the skyport. A couple kids down on the beach wave up at it, seeming excited. The people arriving on that ship all have somewhere that they're planning to go when they get off, huh? They've all got people waiting to see them. What have I got? Some trash in an old scroll? So far, Wellington's giving me nothing but questions. That never bothered me before in any of the other cities I've been to, so why now? Guess that's another question for the pile. I push myself off the railing and head back into town. I go through the motions of scouting for somewhere to rebuild my den, but my heart really isn't in it. After wandering for a while, I end up at the Bell House yet again. It's just the place I go when I have nowhere else to go. You ready for this? There are more customers than usual, so there are 2 people working behind the counter. It only takes a brief glance to notice that one of them is Aspen. Aspen. I wonder if she'll think I like Fairy Kiss Chiller again, or maybe I'll make a different sort of impression today. The line moves pretty quickly. It helps that Aspen doesn't spill anything this time. When it's my turn to order, I step up to the counter with a fake smile. I reach for my wallet to pay, but she stops me. Yesterday? Why does that sound so strange? I nearly miss her talking, my mind having tripped over the word. She reaches for a cup, the pen already in hand. My name? She remembers my name? My heart begins to race wildly, my body reacting just as strongly as my mind. Aspen frowns, clearly noticing that something's off. My head's in too much of a daze to deal with it, though. She checks the notebook on the counter, brow furrowing deeply as her finger slowly moves down the page and taps on one of the lines. What do I say? How do I explain? That for the first time in my life, for the first time in hundreds of years, somebody's remembered my name. It's not supposed to be like this. I'm supposed to be forgotten. Every time, without fail. It's my armor. It's my life. I take a step backwards. I have to run, have to get out of here. I have to get away. But where to? I've just been running. And I don't have anywhere else to run to. But I don't have any other choice. Without a plan or destination, I turn on my heel and bolt outside, not daring to look back. Everything is wrong. I have to go. She calls my name again as I disappear into the street. It's not the first time I've heard that as I fled. But never like this, never with such a confused, worried tone. Feeling sick to my stomach, I push myself to run even faster. And this is where we get into the meat of the game. About 2 hours in, and we're getting to the part where it really starts to move out of exposition. Maybe I should just leave this whole city, get on the next airship out of here, and act like it never happened. I could go somewhere else, back to China, or America, or anywhere, and start over again. Within days, it'd be like I never even came to Wellington. My life would go back to normal, and eventually, I'm sure Aspen and Juliet would forget me, just like they're supposed to. Nothing would be different. Except that's not quite true. I wouldn't forget what happened here, even if everyone else did. No matter what, I'm sure I won't ever be able to forget these past few days out of my mind. When I got to Mount Victoria, I finally stopped running. Not because this place is special, or because I wanted to come here, but because I don't know where else I'd go. I make my way up to the top of the mountain, just like I did on my first day. The view, which I admired so much last time, doesn't do much for me now. Instead, the city looks cluttered and confused from up here. My chest hurts from running so long. I'm much more used to the quick bursts of sprinting to get away from something or someone. I guess that's still what I'm trying to do right now. But I'm not too sure what it is I'm running from. Whenever something goes wrong, my first instinct is to flee. Aspen remembering me definitely counts as something wrong, but when I stop to think about why... Some of the reasons are obvious. Mostly, what if it's not just Aspen? What if everybody can remember me now? Or, even worse, what if people who forgot about me a long time ago start to remember me? Both could get me in a lot of trouble. My days as a thief would probably be over. There are some places where I could never show my face again. The smart thing to do is to leave. I can even see a couple airships at the skyport right now. I had everything with me. I could just go. There's nothing keeping me here. I make my way up to the top of the mountain, just like I did on my first day, and yet I don't move. I love this image, by the way. This was my profile picture for a while. I still don't even know what it is I'd be running away from. From Aspen? From Wellington? When I think about it, I have to admit that running wouldn't get me anywhere. This worry, these questions would follow me wherever I go, no matter how far, no matter how long. So then, what do I do? The only answer I can think of is the scariest one, the one that goes against everything I've ever learned. Closing my eyes, I picture the library and Juliet's offer. I picture Aspen, whom I barely know, but who's already changed my life. Maybe I should stay and try to find out more. Maybe, just maybe, being remembered might not be all that bad. I clench my fist so tightly my knuckles turn white. The urge to turn tail and head for the skyport is so strong, it's almost like a magnet pulling me there. I resist it, though. Slowly, I walk back down the mountain, making my way to the library. I'm not sure what to say when I get there. Explain everything to Juliet and hope she'll let me stay in that room again? I don't even need the room. I could rebuild my den and hide out there. Maybe in a new spot, one that Juliet doesn't know about. Not having to worry about the weather or other animals would be nice, though. There's no telling if Juliet will remember me, too. If not, it might just be easier to pretend this is my first time visiting and just ask if there's anywhere I could stay. Even though I'm not moving very fast, I still don't feel ready for this conversation by the time I reach the library's entrance. It's only been an hour or so since I left the Bell House, so it's not late enough for the library to be closed. The usual stream of people flows in and out of the doors. I stand off to the side of the entrance, preparing myself as people pass to and fro. What? Okay. My heart is racing the same way it does during a tense break-in, maybe even harder. My tail twitches back and forth. Usually, I don't notice, but right now I'm super aware of everything about myself. Fighting off my instincts, I open the door and let myself inside. I'd been expecting to have to look for Juliet, but instead, she's right by the entrance. What surprises me most, however, is the woman leaning against the large desk beside her, Aspen, who's now engaged in conversation with a look of deep concern on her face. I barely catch the end of Juliet's sentence. She notices me only moments before I spot her, and for a second her mouth forms a perfect O in surprise. Aspen turns to follow Juliet's gaze, her eyes opening wide at the sight of me. My brain goes blank, rehearsed lines flying out of my head. I sink over to where they are standing, hands in my pockets, unsure of what I should say first. I freeze up, looking for the words. Aspen's expression softens in concern. She laughs, and I can't stop myself from blurting out my next words. What am I even saying? What was I planning on saying again? Juliet takes charge of the conversation effortlessly, and I accidentally sigh in relief. So yeah, big twist of the first chapter. Juliet leads the way down the hall and into one of the locked rooms. We enter a cozy little room with a table and a few chairs, as well as a fridge. The three of us sit down, although I move my chair so I'm not so close to the others. I shake my head. I'm hungry, but I'm way too nervous to eat. Juliet smiles in response to my answer, just a little too quickly to sound natural. By the way, both she and Aspen are looking at me. I can tell they're expecting me to say something first. None of the words that I planned are coming back to me. What do people even say in a situation like this? The temptation to run away is overwhelming, the door just a few feet behind me. My knuckles whiten as I tightly clench my fists in my lap, pushing myself to resist the urge. I told myself that I'm going to take this chance. Even if it's the hardest thing I've ever done, I'm going to be honest with them. I struggle to think of what to say. Juliet waits patiently, her eyes gazing coolly in my direction, more than directly at mine. Aspen soon grows restless, however, her expression clouded with concern. Aspen's expression clears up in some sort of understanding. I finger the beads around my neck. Their constant warmth and presence is reassuring. I avoid looking at either Aspen's or Juliet's face. What else? Just hearing the words coming out of my mouth makes me want to die of embarrassment. It makes me uncomfortable when other people think about me. And yet, putting everything out there feels surprisingly good. It feels like a weight has come off my shoulders. There's no going back now, and that's a relief in its own way. Hello, Zeriad. Welcome in, welcome in. Happy Valentine's Day. And yes, we are gaming. And by that, I mean we are reading. Because visual novel. Yay. Aspen sits back, still looking concerned. From the way she keeps fidgeting, I get the impression she wants to say more but is holding back. Juliet swoops in to salvage the situation. I roll the word around in my mind as if it were a strange food I'm gingerly trying. Is that a word that fits me? Is it something I could have? It's never seemed like a possibility before. None of what Juliet's offered me has. Right now, I feel like I'm standing at the end of one path and the beginning of another. I could turn around and go back the way I came, back to the den and a life spent alone. I know that world, I've lived in it for so many years. But I can't just go back, not now. Not when there can be something more, something new. Everything could be different, if I just let it. When I look at Aspen and Juliet, I can tell what they're hoping I'll say. Big smiles take over both their faces. Slowly, I let myself smile too. Yay! That was chapter 1. So, I don't think we're going to make it through chapter 2. So, I will say, before I continue, I don't know if I'm going to continue this on stream. I'm doing this because of it being Valentine's Day and such, but if you want me to continue it on stream, I can. Like on Friday and such. So, if not, if you would prefer me to do something else, but you are still interested in the game, it is called Please Be Happy. It is on Steam. It is about $15 right now. Very much so recommend it. Support the team that made it because it is a very small team. For the second day in a row, I wake up in a soft bed. My bed. It's early. The library downstairs is silent. No one else is here aside from Juliet. I didn't even transform before falling asleep last night, just passed out like this, with human arms and legs. No wonder I'm sore. After I agreed to Juliet's offer, the rest of the day passed by quickly. Aspen and Juliet showed me around the house part of the library, and Juliet made dinner for the three of us. Aspen didn't leave until the evening, and I decided to go to bed early. After the whirlwind of emotions I went through yesterday, I was exhausted and fell asleep as soon as my head hit the pillow. Not having to be on alert the moment I open my eyes is a nice change. I can toss and turn and even doze a little bit longer. I get as much rest as my body will let me. Once I've had my fill of being lazy, I finally crawl out of bed. It doesn't take me long to get ready. I tiptoe out to the door out of habit, so carefully that only someone with super keen hearing would be able to hear me. But then I remember. I loosen up and step out into the hallway, shutting the door behind me. Being so openly noisy is almost harder than being sneaky. The building is still quiet. Juliet told me to come find her when I wake up, so I make my way down the hallway towards the room she showed me yesterday. It's one of the last in the hall, tucked away in the corner. Unlike the other doors, a tiny bit of flickering light escapes from the gap below. Now that I'm standing here, my nerves start to get the better of me. What if she's forgotten me this time and chases me away? Or what if... I screw my eyes shut and take a deep breath, pushing away my worries. If I'm going to stay here for a while, I need to stop thinking like that. I can't let that fear keep winning. Forcing myself to be brave, I twist the doorknob and enter. Wait, I should have knocked, shouldn't I? It's too late now. I step into the room only to be struck by how dark it is. With just one window, the main light source is a candlelit lamp, illuminating the white-clothed figure sitting at her desk. Just like the library downstairs, there are rows and rows of books covering the shelves around the room. Juliet looks up to greet me, a gentle smile written on her face. She remembered me. I had my relief, I think. There's only one other seat, so I awkwardly sit across from her. It feels a little bit like an interrogation. I've never had tea, so I don't know if I'll like it or not. I think I should accept her offer out of politeness, though. Juliet pulls out a teacup from the shelf nearby and sets it on a little plate, then pours the tea without spilling a single drop. She pushes the plate with the cup over to me. I've eaten enough human snacks to know that I like sugar. Juliet offers me a small pot full of little white cubes. Without hesitating, I take two and toss them in my mouth. They're kind of crunchy at first, but quickly fall apart. Juliet frowns just a little. Enough that a human probably wouldn't notice. Did I do something wrong? Wait, I know. That gets her to smile, so I'm pretty sure I did the right thing. I just love taking some sugar cubes, popping them in your mouth like candy. So there you go. Vampire. Interesting thing with that, if you remember, the friends who knew where, or the friend that knew where her den was, remember the bats that just kind of appeared? Yeah. Yep. Something scratches in the corner of the room, and I look up to notice a large bat dangling from a hook on one of the shelves. Has that been there this entire time? There they go, they explain it. They just outright explain it, I forgot about that. I tap one of my front teeth, not sure how to ask the question politely. So yeah, vampire. Yeah, so interesting little thing. Have other foxes, well, Gumiho, lived the same kind of life I have? Maybe they're better at fitting in with people than I am, and that's why I've never seen one. I'd wondered about others like me before, but since I had never met one, eventually assumed they don't exist. And we've got another ad, so I am going to, once again, pause the reading and kind of talk about, well, the game a bit. So, Studio Elan has. Ooh, they have new games out since this. But yeah, honestly, it's very. Studio Elan, this is the only game that I knew of by them because the voice actress for Miho, Datovu, 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 don't know how you pronounce it. Datovu, is a creator that I, at this point, follow. I found out about them through other means. Um, and came across their song for this game called Somebody Someday. And absolutely fell in love with the song. It's the credit song for this game. And so I went and I looked up the game and found out she was also the actress for the main character. And on top of that, I looked up about the game and it looks like an interesting story. So here we are. I ended up getting the game and now I'm playing it. But yeah, we're not gonna get to the credits today, so not gonna end up hearing that song in context. But once again, if you're interested, you just get the game for yourself. I'd wondered about others like me before, but since I've never met one, eventually assumed they don't exist. Finding out that they do, and that there's even a name for us, comes as a pretty big surprise. No matter how long I've been alive, there's still so much that I don't know about the world. As our discussion tapers off, the sound of the front door reaches my ears from downstairs. Juliet must have heard it too, looking over as I do. Juliet takes to her feet, blowing out the lamp as she goes. Orpheus the Bat leaves the study when we do, though he flies off in a different direction. I guess he won't be joining us for the meal. Yeah, we're starting to get to the point where I haven't seen. I know just a bit more context on some stuff, but that's about it. I have to be careful not to spill my cup of tea as we walk down the stairs. Aspen waits at the bottom, a large book tucked under her arm. She waves with her free hand to greet us. Ah, yes, talking in library terms. The two of them stroll off in different directions while I stand on the stairs, unable to follow any of the conversation. She taps the cover of the book she brought with her. I try my best to sound interested, but books are the most boring thing I can imagine. Maybe I'd see the appeal if I could read them, but how can they be better than doing things yourself? After setting the book down at the front desk, Aspen goes into the main room, leaving me alone in the hallway. I make my way down the rest of the steps. Looking down at my teacup, I decide to take a tiny sip. Yuck. It's kind of bitter, but also bland at the same time. Frowning, I set the cup down on one of the shelves nearby. At least I tried it. The sugar was way better, though. I feel the same way. I don't like tea. It feels like hot water to me. I just don't like it. It doesn't have much of a taste to it to me. It's just hot water. Ugh. The door Aspen went through is still open, and I can hear her bustling around. The room where Juliet went isn't far away either, and I already smell food. I guess I'll go watch. And this is the first choice in the game. I'm not a weirdo. I just don't like tea. That's all it is to it. I'm going to Juliet. But that is the first choice we get in the game that actually matters. By the way. Because earlier on when we had the choice between going to the Bay and going to Mount Victoria, you had to do both before you continued on, so it didn't matter which order you did it. This one... I follow my nose and head to the kitchen. There's a big frying pan on the stove with a blob of melting butter sizzling in it. Juliet gives the pan a push to move it around before walking to the counter to continue work. I do what she suggests and sit down at the dinner table in the same spot as yesterday. Lovely smells swirl about the room as she opens this jar and that. Miho is so adorable. I love her. I watch as she quickly butters a few slices of bread and then tosses them into another pan on the stove. While it cooks, she takes an apple from a nearby bowl of fruit and cuts out the core before swiftly chopping it into perfectly even pieces. After moving the apple slices onto a plate, she takes an orange and starts to do the same thing. Something tells me that snacks from the convenience store aren't what she has in mind. Juliet finishes the fruit before dropping the eggs into the pan with butter, where they start to sizzle too. Finally, she slides the toast out and onto the plate. Right as the eggs finish cooking and Juliet sets the table for the three of us, Aspen daintily steps into the room. We all sit down and dig in. The food, of course, is delicious. Everyone is so close on screen. Instinctively, I go silent as I reach for my pocket and the familiar crumpling paper. such a goofball. I love all three of them. Can I just say that? I just love all three of them. I hesitate. I'm not sure I've ever told anyone what I'm searching for, or at least not the specifics. I've had a lot of first times lately, though. What's one more? Besides, maybe the two of them can help. I wipe my hands first, making sure they don't have any crumbs or grease on them. Then I carefully slide the thin scroll from my pocket. I always keep it in the deepest part. Ugh. I carefully slide the thin scroll from my pocket. Period. I always keep it in the deepest part where it won't get wet or damaged. With great care, I gently unroll it, letting the two women see the ink markings brushed onto the scroll. The edges are fuzzy with age by now, but the text is still legible. I think, anyway. They look a little defeated, but I quickly wave off their concern. Reminiscing about them gives me a very particular feeling. It's warm and fuzzy, but also a little sad. I think people call it nostalgia. My voice is a little quieter as I finish what I mean to say. Both Aspen and Juliet are quiet for a moment, visibly thinking over what I said. After a long while, it's Juliet who speaks first. So in less than a day, both Aspen and Juliet were able to learn something about myself that I couldn't in a lifetime. I only realize how I sound after I've said it. Juliet shoots a look at Aspen, who quickly tries to move the discussion along. I had never thought of my magic as a curse before, but I guess to the person who forgets me it is. So there you have it. This is about as much information as I know about these characters. Is that it takes a full day for people to forget. Which, you know, means that as long as these two it's impossible for me to miss the pause before Aspen's words, like she's not confident in what she's about to say. Yep. Oh boy, here we go. Forever. That word hangs in the air. Aspen says it cheerfully, but even I recognize just how impossible that is. At some point, even these two will forget me, won't they? Why even try then? Why bother if I know it'll just hurt in the end? On cue, those kinds of doubts start to swirl in my head like always. It's so tempting to just stop caring and give up on others. No, I won't let myself dwell on that, not on my first day living here. Who knows, even if it's a long time from now, maybe these thoughts will go away for good. Juliet clears her throat before the silence goes on for too long. Aspen ponders for a moment before nodding. Seems a little early for either of them to consider me dear to them, but I keep that to myself. For relief, Aspen changes the subject away from me and my magic. As Juliet and Aspen chat between themselves, the conversation drifts on to things I don't know about and people and places I don't recognize. It's all probably related to books. I smile and laugh when they do, but I'm not really paying attention or talking. Listening to the two of them, they may as well be speaking a different language. The more I observe, the more it seems I'll have to learn. Not just about normal people in human life, but about myself as well, and even the world. In one day, both Aspen and Juliet were able to figure out what I am and how my magic works. I've had a long, long time to do that and still had no idea. It doesn't even seem like it was hard for them. There's something that I have to admit to myself before. I haven't really tried before. Just what have I been missing out on? I feel something bubbling inside of me, the same feeling as yesterday when I decided to come back to the library instead of running away. Something that makes me clench my fists and take a deep breath as I make another decision. Something that I realize I can put a name to, even though it's a new one for me. This is what people call hope, even if it's pointless in the end. Just a random shock, I love that. Juliet cuts off whatever she was saying mid-sentence. Both she and Aspen turn to face me, eyes wide. Oops, I guess I should have started by waiting for them to stop talking. You want to... What? Oh, I love this game. I've already messed this up, but I keep going. Her expression becomes quite serious as she continues. I'm a little glad she sees as much weight behind this as I feel about it. Aspen nods in agreement, but then checks the time and sighs. Oh yeah, as a vampire, she'd be nocturnal, so... You know, when Miho came by when the library was closed, it was all right during waking hours. She gets up and collects the dirty plates, then carries them to the sink. On the house, at home, yeah. Aspen pauses as she rises from the table and starts to leave. Aspen just sighs as I sink into my seat. The way she talks about having a job makes it sound awful. With that, she takes her leave as Juliet and I wave her off. After the distant sound of Juliet shutting her bedroom door, the whole library is silent, leaving me alone with my thoughts in the kitchen. The front doors are unlocked and open to everyone, so it's just a matter of time until the first guests arrive. The empty room doesn't have an answer. Right about now, I'd usually be scrounging for breakfast or scoping out a new place, or maybe even planning where I'll spend the night. But with a full belly and a bed to come back to, I don't have to worry about any of that. Instead, I have a lot of free time on my hands. It's how I've been spending a lot of my time recently anyway, and while Juliet and Aspen seem fine so far, it's still a little tiring to be around other people so much. Having some alone time is important too. Making my way into town, I try to pay more attention to what people are doing, instead of searching for opportunities. I mean, what I said about wanting to be more of a person, but. Or, I mean what I said about wanting to be more of a person, but small steps are easier for me, and if there's one thing I'm good at, it's observing. Of course, I'll also be keeping an eye out for anything that can help me find my person, but I have to admit that I don't have much a plan for that. Usually, when I go to a new country or city, I'll try to find someone who might know them or who recognizes my scroll. I usually prefer asking other fabled. They're easier to deal with than humans. It's not a very efficient plan, if I'm being honest. I'd have to get really lucky for it to work, but I haven't come up with any better ideas. Now that Aspen and Juliet have offered to help, maybe they'll be able to think of something new. For now, I'm just killing time. I take it slow passing through the city and even pop into some stores along the way. One is full of musical instruments, while right next door is a store selling kitchen utensils. Across the street, there's another place that's with racks full of used clothes. I step into each store and pace around the aisles just browsing. Usually, I'd never come into these kinds of shops. Even though they have some expensive stuff, it's all bulky and hard to carry. Plus, I've learned the hard way that some pawn shops and buyers are good at guessing when something's stolen. Now that I'm paying more attention to what's for sale, I realize that I don't even know what a lot of this stuff does. In the kitchen store, there's normal pots and pans and dishes, which makes sense, but there's also a bunch of different gadgets with all kinds of shapes and sizes. I can't even guess what you'd use some of them for. At the music store, I recognize a few instruments, like guitars and pianos and drums, but there are also a bunch that I haven't seen, or there are also a bunch that I've seen before but don't know the names of, mostly the kinds you play with your mouth. Then there are some that I've never seen and can't even be sure are actually instruments and not some other kind of device. I seem to be the only one having this problem. In both stores, the other customers I've seen all walk around like they know what they're doing, or at least are looking for something in particular. I try to listen in on a conversation that someone's having with a salesperson, but it's just like listening to Aspen and Juliet talk. I don't recognize half the words. In the end, I don't spend long in either store. Nearby, there is a clock outside one of the stores, and it informs me that it's only been an hour or so since I left the library. There's still a long time before Juliet will be up. Guess I'll keep looking around. Although I'm not expecting much, I continue to browse through most of the shops I pass just for something to do. I think about going to the Bell House and saying hello to Aspen, but when I get there, there's a line out the door and around the building. Peeking through the window, I don't even see her. Instead, someone else is taking orders at the counter. I don't feel like waiting, so I keep walking instead. I end up past... Oh, that moved very quickly. I end up walking for as long as I can stand it, past the skyport and beach, and past Mount Victoria, back towards the town yet again. When it eventually gets too boring even for me, I head back to the library. It's much busier now than when I left it. There's a pile of books on the desk that people have brought back, and the checkout sheet is half full. Some of the chairs are occupied, and at least a dozen people are browsing the shelves. None of them pay me any mind, even when I grab a snack from the kitchen and then head up to my room. In there, I do the only thing there is to do, flop onto my bed and look up at the ceiling. Don't get me wrong, I'm glad to have a bed to do that in, but it doesn't help much right now. In my normal life, I'm usually too busy to be bored. Having time to rest and relax can be a luxury. Now I've got more time than I know what to deal with. I hadn't even realized this would be a problem. In my That's the same thing. There we go. Hopefully she'll have some ideas. I get the feeling she could give me advice on anything. Yawning, I get under the covers and then transform into a fox. With the soft pillow under my head and the cozy blanket above me, it's a lot like being in a very comfortable den. And after all the walking I did, a nap does sound pretty nice. If I'm lucky, I won't wake up until Juliet does. Wrapping my tail around my face, I close my eyes and eventually drift off to sleep. It's almost dark out when I finally open my eyes, just like this morning. It takes a second for me to remember where I am. I burrow my way out of the blankets and then retake my human form, rubbing the sleepiness from my eyes. Hopefully, Juliet will be awake by now. If she isn't, I don't know what I'll do. There's no way I'm falling back asleep anytime soon. Unlike this morning, when I passed by Juliet's office, there's no light from under the door. I do catch the sound of something going on in the kitchen, so I make my way downstairs. In the kitchen, I'm treated to quite the sight. It's not just Juliet in the kitchen, but 3 bats as well. One clings to the back of the chair Aspen sat in this morning, and another is on top of the fridge. The third one is perched on Juliet's shoulder, and I think it's the same one that was in her office this morning. Juliet's holding a small bag and handing out the contents to the different bats. On closer inspection, I realize that they're bugs. All the bats devour them greedily, including the one nibbling by Juliet's ear. She doesn't seem too bothered, and hands them each another treat. Yeah, this is further than I got when I was playing through on my own. Bats on the chair in the fridge finish their snacks, and they fly over my head and out of the kitchen. Their wings nearly clip me in the face, and the gust they create blows my hair around. The last bat stays on Juliet's shoulder even after it's finished eating. Then Juliet picks up a small envelope from the counter and ties it to one of the bat's legs. Launching itself off of Juliet's shoulder, Orpheus takes flight and exits through one of the library windows. Even though he was much bigger than the other bats, it doesn't look like Juliet was fazed by being used as a launch pad. Nope. She sure does apologize a lot. Is that what it means to be polite? It makes me kind of uncomfortable. It's not like she did anything wrong. Just the, oh, yeah, there's nothing. Just the very excited oh for understanding, and then just all of a sudden just so defeated, just being like, yeah, there's nothing. Although she raises her eyebrows, Juliet just nods. I'm guessing that wasn't an answer she was expecting. She ponders for a moment, tapping the countertop beside her. With a smile, Juliet gathers up some more papers and envelopes from the table and tucks them under her arm. Leaving the library unlocked, we set off down the familiar path. Juliet maintains a brisk pace, but isn't too fast. I like this a lot more than going slow. Wonder who. If we ever find out who they are, anyway. Yeah, I have to say this conversation is kind of getting to me a bit. It's very accurate. I was the same way, actually. It's one of those things where, like, and this is kind of getting into, like, deeper topics at this point, but honestly, it's very odd to kind of just live, you know? Like, you don't think about it on a day to day basis, but you change every day. Like, just kind of an example, you experience things every single day that change your concept of what is happening in the world. Be it from the news or just in your day to day life talking with neighbors or whatever. Like, everything that happens changes your perspective on what's happening. And this is something that is communications based as well. Like, when it comes down to it, your experiences create your outlook. And in that sort of way, you are constantly changing who you are. constantly. So, this aspect of looking back at your life and seeing a different person isn't that far fetched. Like, I mean, just think about it. You are a completely different person in high school than you would be as a working adult. And even then, you are a completely different person than in middle school. But on a day to day basis, there aren't huge changes. Typically, you don't just sit one day and think, I'm going to change as a person. It's all so very slow. And for me, well, in some cases, there is a specific moment that changes everything. I have two of those moments that I can actively think of. I mean, I'm sure there's more. I'm 100% sure there's more. But I could honestly think of two specific instances where I just changed. My outlook on something changed. And I just became a different person because of how that person impacted me. And it's not change as in like, oh, I just changed that I like something when I didn't before. No, like an actual mindset change. So this is a very deep discussion for this game. And like I said, I haven't gotten to this point in the game yet. I had not heard any of this conversation. So you're kind of seeing my personal thoughts about this now, like my first instance reaction. Anyway, not that I think Juliet is lying, but it seems to me like she's just being modest. I may not have known her for long, but if anything, she seems a little too perfect. It isn't too late in the evening yet, so there are plenty of other people out and about too. Occasionally, someone will recognize and greet Juliet, and she always gives them a friendly greeting in return. After walking in silence for a couple minutes, I clear my throat. Is Aspen? Is Aspen a fabled? What would Aspen be? I don't know if Aspen's just a human or if, like, she's a fabled as well. All right, we've got another head. But like, what? Is Aspen a fabled? I mean, we got a vampire and a fox so far. It would make sense for Aspen to also be a fabled. And that comment of, as Aspen would surely point out in terms of writing, is that just because she likes books? Or is that because she is also a fabled? I'm trying to think. I don't feel like she'd be an owl. Because owls are night creatures, and Aspen usually is awake during the day, not at night. What's another kind of, I guess, smart type animal? Because owls are usually reminiscent of wisdom. Because vampires are usually just bats. That's just how it is. Like, if you have, like, a fox person that can transform into a fox and a human, a vampire is just one that's a bat human. That's all that really is. Um, yeah, no, I don't know. I'm sure we'll find out eventually, but, you know, can't be sure. Alright. I enjoy dancing too. I en- I'm not gonna go into that. I find myself saying that a lot lately. Shaking and flopping your body around to music? It's not for me. I don't even know how they come up with this stuff. That's a good way of doing it. Shaking and flopping your body around. But I'm trying to remember to be polite, so I keep that part to myself. I remember Aspen using that word and explaining what it means. I bet she'd be proud if she heard me use it. I almost say yes right away, but then I think about it for a second. I do love those things I mentioned, but maybe they don't fit what Juliet is asking. So far, we've been following the same path that I took earlier when I went into town, but when we came to a crossroads, Juliet turns into the direction of the neighborhood instead of the city. Me in any sort of situation. Yeah, I'm just following you. Go where you need to go. This isn't the same neighborhood where I hid from Juliet a couple of nights ago, although it's pretty similar. Some of these houses are the sort that reminded me of Bugs when I first arrived in Wellington. We stop at one of them, a little one-story house with a porch light on. I'd follow Juliet to the front door, and she rings the doorbell. She straightens out the 2 yellow packets she was carrying. The door opens, and a young woman carrying a baby stands behind it. With one of her trademark smiles, Juliet hands over the papers and the two chat for a bit. I lean against the wall, not involved or listening. When talking to the lady, Juliet uses the same warm tone and softness as when she's talking to me and Aspen. In fact, if I close my eyes, I could almost pretend that I'm back at the breakfast table with both of them, listening to them go on about books. Eventually, the woman takes the folder, and after saying goodbye several times, we leave. As soon as we're off for property, I turn to Juliet. Interesting. To me, it sounds like a lot of trouble to go through for someone else, even with the bats helping out. But Juliet apparently likes being inconvenienced. It's the same as letting me stay in her library. Still, that sounds like it could be really helpful in my own search for the traveler. As Juliet leads us to our next destination, we leave the residential area and go back towards the city. I try to keep my eyes peeled for anything interesting. There are plenty of people sitting out at tables having a meal or walking around the shops, but nothing out of the ordinary. In fact, it's not that much different from when I was here earlier. There are more fabled and fewer humans, but there are still plenty of those too. Some of the places I passed are closed now, but some, like the music store, are still open. When we come to a big building with lots of posters on the walls outside, we stop. Oh, I wish my local town did that. Yep, the deep movies and the stupid movies. Oops. Didn't mean to click. Yeah, no, I wouldn't do scary ones. I don't like scary movies. I think the only horror movie that I'm gonna actually want to go see in theaters is Markiplier's Iron Lung movie. That's coming out at some point. I swear. Because if you remember, I played Iron Lung on Halloween. It was actually a lot of fun. Um, Anxiety inducing, yes, but it was a lot of fun. Along the way, Juliet continues to point out different shops, and locations that she thinks I should know about, like another library or a museum. I'm not very interested in either of those things, but I smile and nod and pretend like I am. After a while, we leave the city behind and reach the waterfront just like I usually do. The ocean looks much different at night with the starlight and moon reflecting off the water. Far out to sea, there are a few lights that must come from boats, and sometimes lights in the sky from passing airships. We head down a small path to the boardwalk where we look out onto the water. There are a few empty buckets sitting on the ground, nearby, as well as some folding chairs. I point them out. We're either Final Destination, so... Yeah. Not what I was expecting. I don't want to commit to anything, but it couldn't hurt to come check out this place during the day. Since I actually know where we are now, I lead the way home with Juliet close behind me. It's another chilly morning in Wellington. I'm outside the Bell House waiting for Aspen. It's after breakfast, but before the sun's up. Aspen invited me for a free drink before they open, but I'm starting to think I've been duped. I rub my arms and bounce around to stay warm. Right as I'm thinking about picking the lock myself, the front door swings open and Aspen waves me inside. Holy shit, you talk fast. Yeah, no, I'm gonna guess that as well. Either harpy or, like a pigeon. Like, maybe pigeon or dove or, something along those lines. Seagull, maybe, I don't know. I'm thinking based off the coloration and the, um, bird sort of feathers. Still makes me wonder what she is. I inspect the menu. It's as unhelpful as ever. She hands me a little printout menu. It's also distinctly lacking pictures. It's literally just like, oh, dude, I'm sorry, we don't have a translated version. Would that be helpful to you? Nah, I just can't read. I love Miho so much. I may as well have just told her that the sky is green. Aspen stares at me in clear disbelief that this isn't the usual weird look. This is beyond that. She laughs nervously. Haha, nope. Shake my head. She collapses into a stool behind her, fanning her face with the menu in her hand. I can tell she really wants to say more, but holds herself back. It takes a moment, but she regains her composure. Ooh. Okay, I'm starting to like Lena too, because just like pops up. I didn't even know where Lena comes from. Suddenly, she's just there. I love that so much. And so far, no one's complained. Okay, is it just me? Okay, hear me out. Or does her face and like her design, not design as a whole, but mostly just her face, remind you of Monica from Doki Doki Literature Club? I can't tell, but like that's what it reminds me of. I can't tell why. You can see that? Okay, so it's not just me. The other girl hurries back to the kitchen, clearly not caring about what Aspen was about to say. Aspen sighs and shakes her head. Honestly, imagine Miho starts to get paid as a taste tester. Seeing like new recipes and seeing what works and what doesn't. I hop up on one of the tall stools and wait, swinging my legs back and forth. Before long, the cafe fills with the smell of warm coffee and baking bread. It's enough to make my mouth water, even though it hasn't been long since I last ate. Aspen roams between the kitchen and the front area, always looking very busy. She checks and inspects what seems like every drawer and cabinet in the place while getting ready. Lena's busy too, mopping and setting up chairs. At some point, she put earphones in, and her music is loud enough for me to hear it from across the building. After a while, Aspen returns to my table along with the steaming paper cup. I pop the lid off so I can take a peek at the drink itself. It smells light and fruity, and a swirl of caramel syrup is melting into the coffee and whipped cream. I have a tiny little sip since it's too hot to drink very fast. The tartness of the apple actually goes pretty well with the coffee flavor. The chair squeaks against the floor as Aspen sits down across from me. Damn, 8-hour workday. Yep, she's a writer. She sounds like she is so fed up with the bullshit. I feel like I recognize her voice, but I can't tell. Give me a minute. Let's see. Da-da-da. Let's see. What has she been in? Anything that I see? I am not seeing anything in particular that I would recognize her from. Huh. I feel like I recognize uh her voice, but I don't think I do. She just sounds so fucking done with the bullshit. Right now, I'm still getting used to even living here. I haven't given any thought to what might happen later on. Locksmith would actually be very good. Because, like, one of those things, a locksmith, essentially, you get called to help open locks that people can't open. So you're essentially being paid to pick locks legally. Ooh. Oh, that hurts. Oh, because the concept of getting a job and that's what you have to do for the rest of your life, that hurts. I can't say she's selling me on this whole job idea. Writing. Based off of what we know, writing. Like she was waiting for me to ask, Aspen dramatically pulls out a small notebook and puts it on the table. It's the one that I see her writing in all the time. Yep. I lean forward to look at it closely. It's not very big, about the size of my hand, and it's mostly purple in color. There's an intricate gold pattern around the border. It definitely looks fancy. I could probably get a lot of money for this at the right store. For some reason, Aspen's face gets a little red. Aw. It's that one. It's in that book. She just doesn't want to show it. Because it's embarrassing. Mood. Huge mood. Sighing, Aspen puts her notebook away once more while I sip my drink. Lena! No! From out of nowhere, Lena appears with a cup in her hands. Yes, it is. Hello, Vala. Welcome in. Before Aspen can even answer, Lena turns to face me instead. Oh, man. Lena is such a goof. Slapping her hands on the desk, Aspen stands up from the table. Smirking, Lena heads towards the front of the store. I can't help but feel like I've been roped into something here, but it's true that I should at least give it a shot. Maybe I'll turn out to like it more than I expect. Lena starts to leave again, but then suddenly jumps back around to face me again. How many more things does she have? My thoughts exactly. I was literally just gonna say how many more. I wasn't gonna say this word for word, but I was gonna say the same thing pretty much. I can practically feel Aspen's exasperation as Lena runs back and slams the cup she is carrying onto the table in front of me. With an unnecessary loud sigh, Aspen goes and unlocks the front door herself. I'm over halfway done with Aspen's drink, but I take another gulp, paying attention to the mix of flavors. Then I do the same with Lena's. Lena watches eagerly, fists clenched in excitement. I can't taste a single difference. Taking another sip of each, I try to detect anything that's different between them, but can't. Fortunately, Aspen saves me. She looms behind Lena like a phantom. Oh, hello! I washed my hands first. For once, Lena's the one cut off as Aspen jerks on her apron strings, and she flaps her wings to maintain her balance. Aspen releases her, and Lena walks off to the back of the cafe like an embarrassed cat, pretending it was her idea all along. After she disappears into the kitchen, Aspen sighs yet again. Like Lena, Aspen also retreats behind the counter and starts filling the display case with pastries. I wonder if any of them are the croissants Lena was talking about. Sure enough, it isn't long before the first customers show up. Aspen takes their orders with that fake nice voice that she used when we first met. Already, I've gotten more used to hearing her regular speaking voice instead. It's interesting to know that even normal humans like her still pretend to be other people at sometimes. I wonder why she feels like she has to do that. So far, she's one of the nicest humans I've ever met. After I finish up my first coffee, I toss the cup away but hold on to the second. I'll drink it later or something. Aspen waves as I leave the Bell House and start making my way back to the library. I've had my fill of wandering around for at least a few days. If I'm going to be bored, I might as well do it while I'm comfy. Jack, welcome in. Hope you're doing well today. And wow, found me on YouTube. Which channel though? Was it the VOD channel or my regular YouTube channel? Because if it was my regular YouTube channel, you came across something. I'm still working on getting that up and running properly. But yeah, this is a fun game. It's called Please Be Happy. It's a visual novel. Um, Sort of romance, sort of not. And your stream, actually? Oh, okay. Yeah. I do have the YouTube chat open, but it's, you know. Yeah. But yeah, I appreciate you coming by. Yeah, that's... Yeah. Unfortunate, but it happens. That's how it happens when you start. And it's not like I have many videos up to really warrant having a following over there yet, so... But yeah, this says Please Be Happy. It's a very fun, enjoyable game. But yeah. Unfortunately, you're catching me at the end of stream. So, I only have a couple more minutes before I'm gonna have to end, so... Yes. Thank you, Jack. I appreciate the sentiment. Aspen waves as I leave the Bell House and start making my way back to the library. I've had my fill of wandering around for the last few days. If I'm going to be bored, I might as well do it while I'm comfy. Job or not, Aspen is definitely right about one thing. I really need to find something better to do with my time. Alright, well actually that's a good place to end it for today. Because going on to make another choice is, uh, that's a bit leading into stuff. But yeah, I'm gonna actually leave the music running from the game. But yeah, so I enjoyed this. I got a bit further than I did when I played it on my own. If you want, I can continue this on Friday. If not, I will play it on my own time. But tomorrow, we will be playing Kirby Superstar Ultra, and specifically Meta Nightmare Ultra. Which is a side mode for Superstar Ultra specifically, the DS game. Because that has one key piece of information that we are missing before we get into the next set of Kirby games. For reference, those of you who don't know, I am currently doing a series that is playing every Kirby game in release order. Remakes, I am playing either the remake or the original, depending on context, when the original version of the game is released. So I already played Kirby Superstar back after Kirby's Dream Land 2, but we'll be playing Ultra because a side mode is important to note before going into this next set of things. And I'm also skipping a lot of the the side modes in games, just doing main story. But we have gone up through Mass Attack, and so the next game in the set after we do Ultra tomorrow is Return to Dreamland, which I will be playing Return to Dreamland Deluxe on the Switch for the Magolor epilogue. But apart from that, on Friday I will either be doing Halo Reach, I will be doing Pokemon Infinite Fusion, or I will be continuing this, if you so wish. But that is neither here nor there. That'll be it for today for me. And so let me get things open properly, because now that I am done with the game, I need to reopen my browser because yes. Alright, let's see. Is anyone live? I'll skip it for today, I think. Oh, wait. No, I will not. I will not be skipping it today. If you're on YouTube, I'll be ending stream with no raid because raids aren't a thing on YouTube. As for on Twitch, I will be raiding today. So with that, let me mute that, go to my dashboard. You can hear along at all? Yeah, thank you for coming by. I appreciate you stopping by. And thank you for the follow, Jack. Glad you're enjoying your stay enough to warrant wanting to stay. That was a weird sentence. But I'll be doing a raid on Twitch. All right. So, once again, thank you everybody so much for coming by. Hope you all have a wonderful time zone. Make sure you take care of yourself, drink some water, get some rest, all that good stuff. And I'll see you next time. Bop.